Euripides Medea A. J. Podlecki Editor Euripides Medea The Focus Classical Library Series Editors James Kloss and Stephen Esposito Aristophanes, Acharnians Geoffrey Henderson Aristophanes, The Birds Geoffrey Henderson Aristophanes, Clouds Geoffrey Henderson Aristophanes, Frogs Henderson Aristophanes, Lysistrata Geoffrey Henderson Aristophanes, Three Comedies, Acharnians, Lysistrata, Clouds Geoffrey Henderson Euripides, The Bacchae Stephen Esposito Euripides, Four Plays, Medea. Hippolytus, Heracles, Bacchae Stephen Esposito, ed. Euripides, Hecuba Robin Mitchell Boyesk Euripides, Heracles Michael R. Halloran Euripides, Hippolytus Michael R. Halloran Euripides, Medea Anthony Podlecki Euripides, The Trojan Women Diskin Clay Golden Verses, Poetry of the Augustan Age Paul T. Alessi Golden Prose in the Age of Augustus Paul T. Alessi Hesiod, Theogony Richard Caldwell Hesiod, Theogony and Works and Days Stephanie Nelson The Homeric Hymns Susan Shelmer Dean Ovid, Metamorphoses Z. Philip Ambrose Plautus. Captivity, Amphitryon, Cassina, Pseudo-Luz David Christensen Roman Lives Brian K. Harvey Sophocles, Antigone Ruby Blondel Sophocles, Electra Hannah M. Roisman Sophocles, King Oedipus Ruby Blondel Sophocles, Oedipus et Colonus Ruby Blondel Sophocles, Philoctetes Seth Shine Sophocles, The Theban Plays Ruby Blondel Terence, Brothers, Adelphoi, Charles Mercier Virgil, The Aeneid Richard Caldwell Euripides Medea translated with an introduction and notes A. J. Podlecki Focus. Classical Library Focus Publishing an imprint of Hackett Publishing Company Indianapolis/Cambridge Medea 1989 by A. J. Podlecki previously published by Focus Publishing/R. Pullins Company an imprint of Hackett Publishing Company P.O. Box 44937 Indianapolis, Indiana 46244-0937 www.hackettpublishing.com Cover photo, story, William Wetmore, 1819–1895 Medea. 1865, this version, 1868. Marble, 82x26x27 in. 208.9x67.9x69.9 cm. Detail. Location, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, New York, USA. Gift of Henry Chauncey, 1894. 94.8 AD. Photograph by Jerry L. Thompson. Copyright the Metropolitan Museum of Art/Art Resource, New York. Back cover image is stock photo/AAM Photography Limited ISBN 13-978-1-58510-464-2 also available in paperback, 978-0-941051-10-1. 2005 revised printing all rights are reserved. Last updated November 2011 Contents Introduction, 1. The mythical background, 1. Medea in the work of Euripides, 6. The design of the ancient Greek theatre, 9. Euripides Medea, 13. Appendices, 79 plot summaries, 79 suggestions for further reading, 82 additional bibliographical note, 2005. 89 Introduction The mythical background. It is clear from scattered references in our sources that Medea and her various adventures belong to the earliest stratum of Greek myth. The episodes that are most familiar to the modern reader are those recounted or alluded to in Euripides' play, in a short passage in Pindar's Fourth Pythian Ode, and in an epic poem which survives, The Adventures of the Argonauts, Argonautica, by the Hellenistic writer Apollonius of Rhodes. But there were other stories, some perhaps of greater currency in ancient Greece than the ones best known to us. The version we consider as standard makes of Medea a priestess, or even a daughter, of the moon goddess Hecate, and herself a witch, daughter of Aeaides, who was the brother of Circe, both of them children of Helios the sun god. The locus of this magical family was Colchis, on the remote eastern shore of Pontus, the sea, known to the Greeks also as Euxine, hospitable, a title of hope, and to the modern traveler as the Black Sea. But another series of stories placed Medea firmly, if mythically, in the genealogy of Corinth's ruling family. According to this account, which had behind it the authority of the Corinthian poet Eumelus, probably somewhat earlier than Homer, and so before 700 BC, Helios gave his son Aeaedes Corinth, then known as Ephyra, as part of his domain. When Aeaedes, in answer to an oracle, went off to Colchis, the kingship passed to his brother Aloeus and then to some of his descendants who, however, because of certain difficulties they got into, made the people of Ephyra Corinth regret that Aeaedes had given up the kingship. So they summoned Aeaedes' daughter Medea from where she was living, Iolcos in Thessaly, and she became their queen. Her husband Jason followed her, and 1-2 introduction they ruled jointly. Wishing to make their children immortal, this was apparently because of a false promise by Hera. As each was born, Medea hid them, that is, buried them alive, in Hera's sanctuary at Corinth. But when Jason learned what she was doing, he, quite naturally, disapproved and returned to Iolcos. So Medea, too, left Corinth and turned the kingdom over to Sisyphus. See note on v405 below. In a variant, known to Pindar, she married Sisyphus and presumably ruled Corinth with him. Although there are points of contact with at least one event in Euripides' play, her murder of her children, this is a very different and somewhat more respectable series of adventures than the better-known version. She comes into the story of the Argonauts, sailors on the ship Argo, when the exploits of these Dark Age buccaneers are already well underway. Homer knew the tale, even though he chose not to tell it, simply referring to it in several places in an offhand way. He refers to the Argo as the seafaring ship which everyone is concerned with, indicating perhaps that he felt enough poetic accounts were already in circulation. Jason, he says, was the only sailor to escape shipwreck on the Wandering Rocks, see note on v2, Clashing Rocks, because he was helped by the goddess Hera, who loved him. Elsewhere Homer records Thessalian Iolcos as the kingdom of Peleus, half-brother of Aeson, who was Jason's father. And of course the witch Circe, daughter of Helios and sister of Aeaedes, figures prominently in the story of Odysseus' wanderings. If Homer never mentions Medea by name, she does find a place, albeit a small one, in Hesiod's Theogony, which gives a brief account of the labors imposed by Peleus on his nephew, Jason. During his journeys, we learn, Jason met Medea and brought the flashing-eyed maiden back to Iolcos with him as his wife. They had a son, Medeios, elsewhere called Medos, whom the centaur Chiron raised. It is assumed that Medea figured in the genealogical poetry, now lost, which was current at Hesiod's time and later, and some details are specifically assigned to the non-extant Naupactica, tales about Naupactus. As we shall see, one of her tricks was narrated in the Nostoi, Returns, which was part of the so-called epic cycle intended to fill out the Trojan tales told by Homer. Medea was best known, however, for the help she rendered to Jason in his quest of the Golden Fleece, a tale alluded to by the early elegiac poet Mimnermus in a work that does not survive, and it is to this segment of Medea's story that we must now turn. Jason's father Aeson had been deprived of his kingdom, Iolcos, through the treachery of Aeson's half-brother, Peleus. Peleus, however, had received an oracular prophecy that he would have to surrender the kingship to a legitimate claimant known only as the half-shod man. When Aeson's son, Jason, AP Introduction 3 paired, meeting this specification, Peleus tried to delay the transfer of authority by sending Jason to fulfill a seemingly impossible labor, retrieval of a golden ram's fleece from a distant corner of the world, Colchis. According to the early prose writer Euripides, Peleus had incurred the anger of the goddess Hera, who prompted Jason to ask to have this impossible task performed because she knew full well that in the event Jason would manage to accomplish it with the aid of the sorceress Medea, who would return with Jason and become the ultimate instrument of Peleus' death. Jason rigged the ship Argo, meaning swift or gleaming, made from timber cut on Mt. Pelion, cf. verses 3-4 below, and gathered a crew of renowned shipmates, including Heracles. His travels, which some have interpreted as reflecting the Greeks' increasing knowledge of faraway places as a result of the opening up of seafaring trade in the 8th century, took him ultimately to Colchis, land of dragons, where King Aeaedes agreed to surrender the fleece if Jason performed another labor, yoking a pair of fire-breathing bulls, see verses 478-9, driving a straight furrow, sowing some dragon's teeth given him by Euripides, and mastering the armed warriors, or sown men, who would spring up from the soil to oppose him. At this point, Euripides' daughter Medea enters Jason's story. In several accounts she falls under the spell of Jason's manly charms. More specifically, the goddess Aphrodite worked upon Medea's heart, possibly also at the prompting of Hera, who had taken a liking to Jason, as we saw. Medea knew that her father had no intention of honoring his promise to Jason. She was torn between her love for the newcomer and a sense of filial piety and family obligation. She contemplated suicide, but after a great deal of inner turmoil decided to yield to her passion. She gave Jason a magic unguent which made him impervious to the bull's fiery breath and a stone of discord which he threw among the sown men that sprang up from the dragon's teeth, who fought each other to the death but left Jason alone. When he was at last ready to face the dragon who guarded the golden fleece, Medea concocted an emulsion made by soaking a branch of juniper, whose fumes tranquilized the dragon long enough for Jason to retrieve the fleece and head for his ship. So far, Medea's magic has appeared in a relatively benign form. But when her father Euripides set out in pursuit of the couple, Medea, foreseeing this eventuality, produced the severed limbs of her brother Apsyrtos, whom she had previously murdered, CV 1334 and elsewhere in the play, and proceeded to scatter them in the Argo's wake, knowing that her father's religious scruples would oblige him to delay the pursuit in order to collect the limbs for burial. Another account had Apsyrtos pursue Medea and Jason up the Danube as far as an island in the Adriatic, where, with Medea's help, Jason was able to introduction decoy him and kill him. Various embellishments were recounted concerning the latter part of the return trip. They turned up at the island of Medea's aunt, Circe, who originally agreed to purify the couple but, when she learned the horrendous nature of their crime, drove them away, or they landed in Alcinoi's kingdom of Phaeacia, where they first consummated their marriage in a grotto, and Alcinous agreed to give them protection. After a detour to Crete, where Medea again helped Jason, this time to overpower bronze robot, Talos, the couple returned to Iolcos so that Jason could take up his kingdom, as his uncle had agreed. When Peleus reneged on his promise and refused to surrender power to Jason, Medea devised a particularly hideous revenge. She gave an advanced demonstration of her magic powers, rejuvenating a ram by immersing it in a boiling cauldron, according to a passage from the cyclic epic Nostoi, mentioned above, quoted in an ancient plot summary to Medea, see page 79. At some point in their life together she performed a similar rejuvenation on Jason's father, Aeson. She then persuaded Peleus' daughters that, if they cut up their father and followed the recipe, the effect would be the same. In fact, this simply resulted in Peleus' death. The celebration of his funeral games, with gods and heroes in attendance, was a favorite theme in archaic Greek poetry and art. Peleus' son Acastus, brother of Alcestis who, however, had not participated in the boiling, exiled his sisters for their guilty foolishness, as well as Jason and Medea. The couple appeared at Corinth and their stay there followed the outlines of Euripides' plot, Jason's renunciation of Medea and political alliance with the princess, variously named Glauc or Creusa in the sources. She is not given a name in the play, and Medea's revenge. When Euripides came to devise his denouement, one tradition he might have followed was that Medea, after killing King Creon and his daughter, who, in order to escape the ravages of Medea's poisons, threw herself into a fountain named afterwards Glauc to commemorate the deed, fled to Athens, leaving her sons behind at an altar of Hera and expecting that their father would save them from the reprisals of the king's relatives. This Jason did not, or could not, do, and the children were slain by the Corinthians who, to cover up their crime, put about the rumor that their mother had killed them. As we have seen, there was another early variant. The deaths resulted from a misguided attempt by Medea, possibly prompted by Hera, to make them immortal by burying them in Hera's temple. In any case, Medea fled to Athens, where she married King Aegeus and, with him, produced a son, Medeios or Medos. Without knowing it, Aegeus had already fathered Theseus on Aethra of Troezen, see note on v 683 below, and when the boy appeared at Athens to take up the royal succession, Medea Introduction 5 tried to get rid of him by having him sent to kill the bull of Marathon. When this scheme failed, in order to protect her own son's rights to the Athenian throne, she tried to poison Theseus, but Agis discovered the plot in time and expelled Medea from Athens. A stay by Medea in Athens was noted by the historian Herodotus. She returned to Colchis where her father received her back and forgave her for her earlier crime against the family. A variant version had Aeades' brother Perses ruling in his place. When he tried to imprison Medos, knowing from an oracle that he would be killed by a descendant of his brother, Medea, who in one account had doubled Agis' failure to recognize Theseus by not realizing that Medos was her son, since the boy had come to Colchis disguised as a son of King Creon of Corinth, gave her son a sword and instructed him to avenge the death of his grandfather Aeades. According to some, Medea eventually joined Achilles in the Elysian fields. As an ancient plot summary informs us, CP 80, that part of Medea's story which Euripides dramatized was treated by neither Aeschylus nor Sophocles. But titles survive to indicate that various other episodes described above were handled by them. Aeschylus wrote an Argo in his play Nurses of Dionysus as mentioned in the plot summary, p. 79. To Sophocles are attributed various titles, Chalcidians, which told of the oath of fidelity given to Medea by Jason, an important element in Euripides' play, and the killing of Apsiartos, Scythian women, which covered part of the Argonauts' return journey, and Rhizotomois, magicians, which recounted the death of Peleus. Euripides himself dealt with this same episode in his Daughters of Peleus, known to have been in the group of plays with which he made his debut as a dramatist in 455 BC. Medea's sojourn at Athens and attempt on the life of Theseus formed the plot of his Agis, of unknown date. The ancient plot summary, p. 80, makes the surprising charge that Euripides seems to have taken over the arrangements for his Medea from Neophron, citing as authorities for this statement Aristotle and his pupil Dicerchus. Scholarly controversy has not yet died down over whether there is any truth to the allegation. In vindication of Euripides' priority, it is pointed out that some ancient accounts made Neophron a contemporary of Alexander the Great, who in fact is said to have executed him along with his friend, Callisthenes. On the other hand, it has been felt that so weighty a testimony as Aristotle's cannot simply be ignored. There is no obvious way, known to me, at any rate, of resolving the problem. A few passages are preserved from Neophron's Medea which, indeed, show some overlap with Euripides' play. Agis appeared, as in verses 663 ff below, and for the same reason, to ask Medea to help him solve the Delphic riddle regarding his childlessness. There is a fairly long excerpt 6 introduction corresponding to Medea 1019 ff, in which, as in Euripides, Medea wavers between love of her children and a consuming passion for vengeance against Jason. Neophron, 2, has Medea address her Thumus, which I translate spirit as if it were an agency acting independently of her, and there is a memorable line, "A madness for murder has infiltrated my great Thumus." But there is also a marked divergence, for Neophron had Medea predict that Jason would die by his own hand, contrast verses 1387-8 below, and that this was to be a lesson to a myriad other mortals not to curse the gods above. What exactly this was supposed to mean is unclear. One feels perhaps it is simply showing favoritism to Euripides that if Neophron came first, Euripides improved on him, but that if he followed the converse was not true. If Neophron's version did precede, it means that Medea the murdering mother was not an innovation of Euripides, as some critics maintain. Besides Neophron's play, whenever it is to be dated, there were tragedies entitled Medea that do not survive by various later dramatists, including Carcinus, Disogenes, and Euripides the Younger, Euripides' nephew, and comedies with that title by, among others, Antiphons, Eubulus, Strates and the Sicilian writer of farces, Rinthon. The story was treated by the Roman dramatists Ennius, Axius, and Seneca, whose play survives, as well as by Ovid in his Metamorphoses and Heroides. Post-classical treatments include Corneille's Mde, his first tragedy, 1634-5. He also wrote La Toison d'Or, The Golden Fleece, 1661, and works by Lope de Vega, El Velocino de Oro, published in 1623, Lunchpierre, 1694, The Austrian Grillparzer, Das Golden Velius, published in 1822, and Jean Anouilh, whose MDE was composed in 1946 but produced in 1953, Medea kills her children and herself, and her camping caravan is enveloped in flames. Robinson Jeffers' rendering, which stays quite close to Euripides, achieved much critical acclaim and popular success in America in the late 1940s, when it was a starring vehicle for the great actress Judith Anderson. Among musical treatments there are works by Cavalli, Il Jasone, Jason, 1649, M. A. Charpentier, 1693, Cherubini, 1797, following Corneille's text, and Darius Milhaud, 1939. Medea. In the work of Euripides there was a popular tradition that Euripides was born on the day the Greeks won the battle at Salamis, that is, in late September 480 BC, another source places his birth in 484 BC. He lived until 406 BC and spent his last years in Introduction 7 Macedon, at the invitation of King Archelaus. 18 or 19 of his works survive from a reported total of 92, and yet the record of his successes was no match for that of the other two classic tragedians, for Euripides is reported to have won only 5 first-place victories, compared with 13 for Aeschylus and perhaps as many as 24 for Sophocles. He began to compete in 455 BC, as already mentioned, but did not win a first prize until 441. The play translated here dates from 10 years later, 431, and as the plot summary informs us, p. 81 below, only came in third. Although some modern critics have called it Euripides' masterpiece, and many would rank it among the greatest dramas ever written, in the judgment of its first audience it was a failure. What did they find wrong with it? We can only speculate. At about this same time Euripides produced a play entitled Hippolytus, not the one that survives, in which his leading character, Phaedra, so shocked the Athenian audience that the author decided to rewrite it, moderating his portrayal of Phaedra, and to bring it before them again, the surviving Hippolytus of 428 BC. It is possible, then, that the audience could not accept the depiction of a mother who murders her former husband's new bride, his father-in-law, and her own children, and so awarded the first prize to one of the other contestants. There is another possibility. The audience members may simply have been puzzled by the author's intentions. What kind of creature was he presenting to them? In what familiar category of tragic hero/heroine were they to place Medea? It is not an easy question for us to answer, and it cannot have been any easier for the original audience. Now, this is not at all to deny that we have before us one of the most powerful creations of the ancient Greek theatre, perhaps of the whole range of Western drama. It is just that Medea defies facile classification. Her real nature eludes us. A good deal of the time, particularly in the opening scenes, we think we understand her. She is a woman scorned and rejected, who has sacrificed everything for the man who now, as she repeatedly says, has insulted her, abandoned her, left her helpless in a foreign land. But there is more to it than that, for we hear her talking of her honor, and using language, as critics have pointed out, appropriate to a male hero operating in the Homeric code of self-worth and the necessity of saving face before one's enemies. So an uneasy sense of the contradictions in Medea's character begins to make itself felt. We do not know exactly how to take her. When in the opening scene, for example, the nurse talks about the relationship that once existed between Medea and Jason, and describes Medea's thumos, spirit, as struck senseless with love of Jason, we may find it hard to believe, but the whole movement of the plot requires us to accept it, otherwise, there would be no justification for Medea's betrayal of her Chalcidian family. Here is a 8 introduction woman whom love could drive to commit terrible crimes for her beloved, and whose love become hate will lead her to commit equally horrendous crimes against, among others, herself. So, too, with her credibility as a mother. We hear the nurse in her opening speech say that Medea hates her children, does not enjoy seeing them, v. 36, and yet, in the great scene in which she looks in their eyes and fills the stage with the torment she feels at the prospect of killing them, verses 1019 ff, surely we must believe that this is a real woman, not a witch with magic powers at her disposal, but a mother who is prepared to violate the deepest instincts of her womanhood, the feelings of protectiveness and nurture towards her children, to get even with the man who violated her trust of him and humiliated her. To quote the nurse's opening speech once again, she is a frightening woman, not easily will someone engage with her in hatred and win the prize, verses 44-5. The work presents some other problems and implausibilities. There is the characterization of Jason, so unfeeling and ruthlessly self-interested that it makes nonsense of Medea's claims to wisdom that it took her until now to see through him. And the vapid women of the chorus, Corinthians who are prepared to comply with Medea's request to keep mum, v. 263, cf. 267, even after they learn of her intention to launch an assault on the royal family, verses 374-5. Aegis' appearance, too, as critics have noted, is too convenient, too unmotivated, and the chariot of the sun at the end is sheer spectacle. But all these minor blemishes are swept away by the overpowering presence of Medea and the inexorable working out of her evil plan. We are fascinated by her skill, Sophia, a word used several times of her in the play, and dreadful single-mindedness as she examines every possibility, plans for every contingency, considers and rejects various schemes of revenge, until at last the perfect, most devilish one possible, occurs to her. She must, first, dupe the Corinthian monarch who has ordered her exile into allowing her the breathing space necessary to plan a strategy of attack. Next, she vents her anger and jealousy by killing Jason's bride and her father, too, as it turns out, though that could not be foreseen, using the magic at her disposal to secure for the girl the most painful of deaths, and even exploiting her and Jason's sons as agents. Then there is Jason, with his male vanity and plans to enlarge his family of potential successors. She totally destroys any hopes he might have had of immortality through offspring, even though this means that in killing his children she must also kill her own. Finally, because, after all, her enemies may not have the last laugh, she makes good her escape, with the children's bodies, on her own terms, calling on her family connections with the sun god, and thus meeting the conditions set by her Athenian protector. Introduction 9. All this is a terrifying but at the same time breathtakingly beautiful exemplification of the indomitability of the human will, its capacity to fight back from the depths of subjection to others who would trample it and turn it to their own uses. Medea, of all those who have been wronged, strikes back, and in a particularly hideous way. At the play's opening it appears that she is down for the count and that the match is over. At the close we are appalled at the totality of the destruction she has wrought. She has turned the tables entirely. So far from her enemies having the laugh on her, she has the laugh, a fiendish and even demonic one, at that on them. They have learned what it means to engage with her in hatred. What, however, Medea doesn't see, and this is perhaps her tragedy, is that in this combat there have been no winners and that she has lost more than her opponents, for, to mete out the kind of punishment she thinks fitting, she has had to sacrifice everything, even her humanity. The design of the ancient Greek theatre drama was not indigenous to Athens, for Herodotus mentions tragic choruses, whose exact nature is uncertain, at Sicyon soon after 600 BC, and other, not so reliable, sources suggest that at about the same time neighboring Corinth enjoyed choral performances, which had perhaps been introduced from Lesbos by the poet Arion. But as in the case of other art forms, both literary and plastic, the Athenians took what they imported and developed it to a peak of perfection that might have surprised even its originators. Performances of some kind were associated with the name of Thespis, and the evidence, while not abundant or uncontroversial, points to the incorporation of tragedy into an official civic celebration, involving a contest among competitors and a prize, said to have been a goat. The standard etymology of tragedy is goat song, about 534 BC. Probably these early performances took place in the Agora, but exactly where has not been determined. Possibly as early as just after 500 the site of these dramatic competitions was moved to the Se slope of the Acropolis, in a precinct sacred to the god Dionysus, where a permanent theatre was later built. At first the spectators sat on the grassy slopes, but soon no doubt temporary wooden stands or bleachers were constructed. Theatre means in origin viewing place, and what the audience viewed originally has been the subject of much speculation. A circular dancing area of tamped earth, certainly, possibly also a temporary backdrop which, with the addition of some props and unelaborate decoration, could be an introduction taken to represent, e.g., a tomb or council house, palace or temple. It is now widely held by scholars that a full-scale, permanent scene building was not constructed until after 460, but Aeschylus' Persians of 472 calls for something more or less substantial to serve as this ancient structure referred to by the chorus at verses 140-41. How soon any of this became graven in stone is exceedingly unclear. It used to be standard belief that the first stone theatre on the site was constructed not very long after 420 BC, but the archaeologists have in recent years lowered this date considerably, well into the 4th century or even later. Thus Erika Simon writes, not until the period of Alexander the Great, under the Attic statesman Lycurgus, that is, about 330 BC, was the theatre of Dionysus rebuilt in stone, the ancient theatre as cited below, p. 11. To some extent it is irrelevant what materials were used. Ari Wycherley allows that the theatre of the later 5th century was perhaps already provided with a limited range of stone seating, p. 210 of his work, The Stones of Athens, cited below. We can be fairly certain that the audience of Euripides' Medea, estimated at having been 14,000 plus, if it was a full house, sat in wedge-shaped drawing courtesy of Graham Lay Introduction 11 sections and beheld the action being played out in two essentially separate areas, the dancing circle or orchestra, which was the special domain of the chorus, and the rectangular stage area beyond, possibly involving a platform raised several feet above the level of the orchestra and with steps leading down to it, with a single-doored structure representing Medea's house serving as backdrop, where the actors stood and spoke. The building had a flat roof on which, as the situation required, gods might appear at the end, as they frequently do in Euripides' plays. It is possible that Medea's amazing dragon car was rolled out on this, or the producers, the man who paid to have the chorus outfitted and trained, in collaboration with the dramatist, who did the training, may have availed themselves of a more spectacular mode of conveyance, a crane-like device which was almost certainly in use by the time of Aristophanes. Piece of 421 BC. From the evidence of vase paintings it has been deduced that dramatic costumes were quite stylized. Actors wore an elaborately decorated long robe, with a shorter sleeved tunic, white sleeves for female characters, extending to just below the knee. It seems to me likely that Medea would have been costumed in some special way to denote her exotic, barbarian, origins. One often finds in books the error that the typical tragic footwear, the kothornos, was a platform shoe. It was not, at least in the 5th century. The term seems merely to have designated some kind of special boot or slipper that could fit either foot. Of course, all actors were male, and masked. How exactly these masks were constructed is uncertain, possibly of stiffened linen over a light wooden frame. Again, from vase paintings there seems to have been a progression from fairly straightforward naturalistic masks in the 5th century to a more extreme, and terrifying, style later on involving anguished open mouths and a peaked hairdo. The evidence in clearly presented and discussed judiciously by Ari Wycherley, The Stones of Athens, Princeton, 1978, 263 ff. Further references, A. W. Pickard, Cambridge, The Theatre of Dionysus at Athens, Oxford, 1946, and The Dramatic Festivals of Athens, 2nd edition revised by J. Gould and D. M. Lewis, Oxford, 1968, Erika Simon, The Ancient Theatre, English translation by C. E. Vaifapola Richardson, London and New York, 1982, Leo Allen, The Greek Theatre, Rutherford, N.J. in London, 1985, Peter D. Arnott, Public and Performance in the Greek Theatre, London and New York, 1989, Bernhard Zimmermann, Greek Tragedy. An Introduction, English translation by Thomas Marrier, Baltimore and London, 1991, Rushrem, Greek Tragic Theatre, London and New York, 1992, Graham Lay, A Short Introduction to the Ancient Greek Theatre, Chicago, 1991. My thanks also to Graham Lay for the diagram on p10. Medea 13 Euripides Medea characters Nurse Creon, King of Corinth Children of Medea Tutor Jason Chorus of Corinthian Women Aegis, King of Athens Medea Messenger, the scene is a street in Corinth. Medea's house is in the background. An elderly female, Medea's nurse that is, personal maid steps out of the front door and addresses the audience. Nurse, I wish that the ship Argo had never flown through the dark, clashing rocks to the land of Colchis. The translation was made originally from D. L. Page's edition, Oxford, 1938, reprinted, but has been revised in light of J. Diggle's Oxford text, 1984, cf. Also David Kovacs, ed. and trans. Euripides, Cyclops, Alcestis, Medea, Loeb Library, Cambridge and London, 1994. The scene is before a house in Corinth, evidently that in which Jason and Medea had lived with their two boys, not named in the play. Later accounts name them as Pheres and Murmuros, before Jason's withdrawal to the palace. Nurse. As often in Euripides, a character appears and gives some background information. Here it is Medea's nurse, that is, personal maid, who explains that Medea's present troubles can be traced back to the time when Jason set out from Thessaly with the Argonautic expedition to the land of Colchis, where he met Medea and with her help secured the Golden Fleece. See Introduction. 1. The ship Argo, the vessel built by the Argonauts under Athena's inspiration for the quest of the Golden Fleece. 2. Clashing rocks, they are sometimes identified with the Plancti, or wandering rocks, which Homer mentions. These reefs, at the western end of the Black Sea near the mouth of the Bosporus, were believed to shift their position inexplicably, and so were particularly treacherous to sailors. The phenomenon described appears to have been discovered in some offshore rocky islands quite often covered in a low mist. See W. F. Pickard in Greece and Rome 34 1987 1-6. Colchis, on the eastern shore of the Black Sea. 14. Medea that in the forest glens of Mt. Pelion the pine had never been cut for her, had never been made into oars for the hands of excellent sailors who hunted 5. The Golden Fleece for Pelias my lady, Medea, would never have sailed to Ioko's towers, her spirit struck senseless with love of Jason. She wouldn't have persuaded Pelias' daughters to kill their father, she wouldn't have settled here in Corinth, 10. With her husband and children. She tried to please the people to whose land she had come, an exile, and for her part to fit in with Jason in everything. This, to my mind, is a woman's greatest safety, not to take the opposite side from her husband. 15. But now everything's hateful, her love is sick. Jason betrayed his children and my mistress for the marriage bed of a royal bride, he's married the daughter of Creon, the ruler of the country. And Medea, poor woman, treated with dishonor. 20. Shouts, where are the oaths? Your right hand given in trust. She calls upon the gods to witness what kind of return she has received from Jason. 3. Mt. Pelion, a mountain in southeast Thessaly, from which the Argonauts set sail. In their war against the Olympian gods the giants attempted to pile the neighboring Mt. Ossa on Pelion to scale the heights of Olympus. 6. Golden Fleece for Pelias, Jason's uncle Pelias had treacherously deprived his half-brother, and Jason's father, of the kingdom of Iolcos, v7. When Jason turned up to claim the throne, Pelias attempted to get him out of the way by insisting that he perform an apparently impossible labor, fetching the fabulous fleece of a golden ram from faraway Colchis. He later reneged on his promise to turn the kingdom over to Jason if the latter were successful in his quest. 7. Iolcos, modern Valo, on Thessaly's southern coast, seat of Pelias' kingdom. 8. Her spirit struck senseless. It seems difficult to believe that the Medea we see in this play, coolly calculating the best means of revenging herself on those who have wronged her, could ever have been swept away by her love for Jason. But that is what the story requires and is certainly one of the features of the myth as it is told by other writers. 9. Pelias' daughters. When Pelias refused to give up his rule to his nephew, who had successfully carried out the assigned task, see note on v6, Medea devised a terrible scheme to remove him. Having first demonstrated her magic abilities by rejuvenating a ram, she persuaded Pelias' daughters to cut up their father and boil him, promising them that this would have the effect of renewing his youth. It did not. She refers to her misdeed several times in the play, see verses 485-6 and 504-5. 20. Treated with dishonor. This in particular is what rankles in Medea's soul, besides the thought of all she has given up for what now turns out to have been a bad bargain, v. 23, and her very human feeling of helplessness and inferiority at having her male support removed, not to mention sheer jealousy. Her honor also is a stake, see also v. 33. Medea 15. She doesn't eat, surrenders to her sorrows. Her life has been turned into a river of tears. 25. Since realizing the wrong her husband does her, she keeps her gaze fixed on the ground, never looking up. She listens to friends' advice no more than a rock or wave of the sea. Oh, sometimes she'll turn her white cheek away. 30. To herself, and let out a wail for her dear father, her country, her home which she betrayed to come with her husband, who has now so dishonored her. She understands, poor woman, from what has happened how important it is not to leave one's homeland. 35. She hates her children, does not enjoy seeing them. I'm afraid she may be planning something rash. Her mind is dangerous. She will not endure mistreatment. I know this woman and fear her. 39. She's a frightening woman, not easily will someone 44 engage with her in hatred and win the prize. 45. Medea's 2 young sons rush in, accompanied by their tutor, or attendant slave. But here come the boys who have just finished their running. They're not thinking about their mother's troubles. For young minds aren't used to suffering. 24. She doesn't eat. Similarly Phaedra in Hippolytus, 135 ff, it is a dangerous sign when Euripidean women behave this way. 31-2. Dear father, home. The terrible crime of violating a close blood bond is compounded by the thought that, at the pragmatic level, there is no way back for her. She often returns to the topic, see, e.g. verses 166, 596 ff etc. 33. So dishonored, see note on v. 2036. She hates her children, a first hint, but as yet no more than that her grief and rage may be turned against her children. 38-43. This entire passage is condemned by Diggle, and others. I agree that 40-43 are probably spurious, since they are vague, weak, and repetitious, but I believe that 38 and 39 should be retained. 45. Win the prize. With the alteration accepted by Diggle, the text will mean sing a victory song. Medea's 2 young sons, accompanied by a tutor, in fact, a slave whose function was to accompany male children in the normal round of their day's activities, lessons, exercises, etc. The scene which follows presents a lively and realistic dialogue between the 2 household slaves. The information that the tutor brings regarding the king's edict of banishment could have been presented in fewer lines, but the overall effect is of a relatively tranquil domestic scene, with only a few forebodings, before the storm breaks with Medea's entrance. 16. Medea tutor you, my mistress, long-time household slave, why are you standing here all by yourself? 50. Outside, crying out loudly about your troubles? How is it that Medea is willing to be without you? Nurse, old man, attendant, and tutor of Jason's children. When master's affairs take an unlucky turn, good slaves feel it, too, and have sorrowful hearts. 55. I have come to such a pitch of suffering that a longing filled me to come outside and tell the earth and sky about my mistress' sorrows. Tutor, has she not yet, poor woman, stopped her wailing? Nurse, I envy you. Trouble's starting, not at the half. 60. Tutor, foolish if one may use this word of master's, how unaware she is of the latest evils. Nurse, what is it, old man? Don't grudge me your news. Tutor, nothing. I've changed my mind about what I said. Nurse, I beg you not to hide it from your fellow slave. 65 If necessary, I can be quiet about it. Tutor, without appearing to listen, I heard it said, as I came to the place called Dice, where the very old sit and play, near the sacred spring of Pyrene, that the king of this country, Creon, was going to issue 70 an edict exiling these children from the land of Corinth along with their mother. Whether this report was correct, I don't know. But I wish it were not so. 69 Pyrene, Corinth's sacred spring, which began on the height of Acro-Corinth and ran down to the lower city. Nurse, Jason surely will not tolerate such treatment of his children, even though at odds with their mother. Tutor, old marriage bonds are left behind by new ones. He points to Medea's house. And he has no friendly feelings for this house. Nurse, we're ruined, then, if we must add a new evil to the old one we've hardly saved ourselves from. Tutor, somewhat threateningly, but you must keep still and be quiet about the report, since this isn't the time for the mistress to learn it. Nurse, drawing the boys to her, children, do you hear what a father you've got? Damn, I won't say him, for he is still my master, but he's been caught being evil to his dear ones. Tutor, and what human being hasn't been? Did you just find out that each man loves himself more than his neighbor, if their father doesn't love them because of this marriage? Nurse attempts to shield the children. Nurse, go into the house, children, all will be well. And you, to Tutor, keep them apart as far as possible, don't bring them near their angry mother. For I just now saw her casting savage looks at them, as if to do something. She won't cut short Medea 1775 80 85 86 88 90 85 to 86. A surprising bit of cynicism for the tutor. To some extent it exonerates Jason. He is just doing what most, all, men do, put themselves first. It reminds us how exceptional Medea is. She gave herself over to her passion wholly and to some extent against her interest, and her reversed feelings will be just as all-consuming and self-destructive. 87 This line is omitted in the translation, some men with justice, and others for the sake of profit. An ancient marginal note condemns it, and it is both banal and inappropriate here. 92 Savage, more literally, like a bull. We are given another, more ominous indication of the ugly turn events will later take. 18 Medea, her wrath, I'm sure, until it strikes against someone may she do something to enemies, though, not friends. 95, from 96 to 213 The nurse and chorus outside and Medea within engage in an antiphonal exchange, half sung, half chanted. Medea's savage grief reverberates against the old servant's mounting terror. Medea, inside, oh! I'm miserable and wretched with suffering, oh! Oh! I wish I could die. Nurse, there, I told you, dear children, your mother stirs her heart, stirs her wrath. Hasten quickly into the house 100 and don't come into her sight, don't come near her, but watch out for the savage bent, the hateful nature of her self-willed mind. Go now, go quickly inside. 105, they start towards the door, puzzled, but do not enter. Clearly her groans are just the beginning. The cloud of her grief starts, is rising, will kindle to flames when her spirit fans it to greater fury. What will it do, that deeply brooding, inexorable soul, stung by wrongs it has suffered? 110, the children have now entered the house with the tutor. 94 strikes against someone, like a thunderbolt, as Flasley suggests. 101 don't come into her sight, her look had been described as bull-like, note on V92, and there is a suggestion that the boys, by allowing themselves to be seen by their mother, will somehow activate or trigger some savage burst of destructive energy, as if her generalized anger will focus on them if she sees them. Medea will later be very much affected, almost disarmed, by her children's gaze, verses 1040-3. 103 Savage bent, we are being prepared for a Medea whose actions will be less than human, no more than a rock or wave of the sea, v29, 104. Self-willed, this is a key word in understanding Medea's motivation. She will not follow in the normal path that most women take, she showed imaginative individuality in a destructive way before, at Colchis and Iolcos, and it would be surprising if her atypicality did not manifest itself again in some far-fetched, hardly imaginable way. 106-7 Just the beginning, is rising, CFV 60. Medea 19 Medea I suffered suffered things deserving loud laments. Accursed children of a hateful mother! Perish with your father! The whole house be damned! Nurse I am the one who is miserable. 115 What share do your children have in their father's sin? Why do you hate them? Oh, children, how I grieve for what you may suffer. Terrible is the temperament of royalty, who are rarely controlled, always imperious. 120 It is hard for them to give up their wrath. To get used to living like everybody else is better. I at any rate hope to grow old securely in simple surroundings. Moderate first wins a prize. 125 For the sound it has, then it's far the best for humans to live by. Excess on the other hand always surpasses what is appropriate for men. When heaven gets angry at a house it pays back ruin in plenty. 130 The chorus members, 15 in number, who represent the women of Corinth, enter along one or both entranceways if one, probably the western, stage left, one and eventually take up their position in the orchestra, or dancing place. 113 4 Accursed children, surprisingly strong language, as products of a passionate love gone sour they stir their mother to equally passionate anger, but we suspect also that Euripides is preparing the audience for the outcome, see verses 36 and 92, with notes. 116 What share do your children have? Of course, this is every person's viewpoint. Medea's reasoning is peculiar, stranger, for she is not, although she sometimes talks like, every woman. 119 FF The temperament of royalty, I at any rate hope to grow old securely. It is not clear what prompts this disquisition by the nurse, unless it is that Medea, as royalty displaced, has the sort of imperious temperament that the nurse here warns against. This kind of homespun sententiousness is very common, not only in Euripides but in the other dramatists. Here it serves to emphasize the gap between the great mythic figures who walk the stage and the ordinary members of the audience. The phenomenon of tragic catharsis, as it is called, requires that the gap be a large one. The hero's or heroine's suffering is on a gigantic and almost abnormal scale but not entirely unbridgeable, for the audience must feel what it must be like to be an Oedipus or a Medea. 20 Medea choral entrance song I heard the voice, I heard the shout of the unfortunate Colchian woman. Is she not yet calm? Tell me, old woman. For I was inside on the porch when I heard 135 the wailing, and I find no joy in the household's sufferings, for it has a fixed place in my heart. Nurse, the household has crumbled. It is no more. He is held fast in the royal bed. 140 While she, my mistress, secluded in her chamber, pines her life away, her heart will not be warmed by any word from friends. Medea, still within, I wish my head could be struck by a bolt from above. What good for me to live longer? 145 Oh! I wish my hateful life would dissolve in death. Chorus, do you hear, Zeus and earth and light? Do you hear the song the bride is wailing so miserably? 150 Foolish woman, why long for the terrible resting place? Why hasten the end of death? Do not pray for this. 131 Choral entrance song. The chorus, 15 ordinary Corinthian women, enter singing in lyric meters. Medea, who is still secluded in the house, and the nurse interject remarks in anapaests, which might have been chanted rather than spoken. The whole effect is one of stylized and contrapuntal formality. 133 Unfortunate, woman, and 143, word from friends. The chorus are on Medea's side, which helps to explain why they so readily agree to her request for silence later. 132-3 I accept Diggle's punctuation of these lines as a question. 136 Wailing is Elmsley's emendation for the manuscript's shouting. 144 I wish my head. The vehemence of Medea's language is noteworthy, the chorus thus have their answer to their question at verses 132 to 3. 149 to 50 Song. The bride is wailing, a favorite type of paradox in Greek poetry, and of course Medea is no longer a bride. If your husband now shows reverence for a new bridal bed, do not rage at him for it. Zeus will see that you get your due. Save your tears. Do not lament for your former partner too much. Medea, O great goddess, justice, and Lady Artemis, do you see what I suffer, even though I bound my accursed husband with mighty oaths? I wish I could see him and his bride crushed, house and all, for the wrong that unprovoked they dare to inflict on me. Father! City, how shameful it was to kill my brother and leave you. Nurse, do you hear how she cries out her prayer to justice and Zeus, whom men consider the steward of oaths? There is no possible way my mistress' rancor will just trickle away. Chorus, if only she would come out where I could see her, talk to her, try to relieve the heavy weight of wrath on her heart. My eager concern must never fail my friends. To nurse, go, bring her here out of the house. Tell her we are her friends. Medea 21 155 160 165 170 175 180 160. Great goddess, justice, the word in Greek is themis, a very old personification embodying a natural and quasi-religious, as opposed to legal and somewhat arbitrary, justice. Artemis was typically a woman's patron divinity, who supervised childbirth and other female activities. 166 Father. City, recollection of the terrible wrong done to her family once again sears her soul, see verses 32 to 3, with note, 167. To kill my brother, Apsyrtos, whose severed limbs Medea had scattered from the Argo to delay her father's pursuit, see introduction and, below, v 1334. 169 Her prayer to justice and Zeus, the chorus had called upon Zeus, verses 148, 158, but Medea, so far, has not. A minor inconsistency, but the reason for it is unclear. 22 Medea quick, before she does some harm to those inside. For her sorrow is surging greatly. Nurse, all right, but I fear I may not persuade my mistress. 185 A nuisance, but I shall do you this favor. Yet she glares at her servants like a mother lioness when anyone comes near her to speak. You'd be right if you called those men 190 of the past stupid and gauche who contrived the sweet sounds of song for parties, banquets, and feasts. But nobody found how to stop human suffering 195 with music and pleasant songs, to save their families from destruction and death. Yet to cure these by singing would be profit indeed. Why sing loud and long 200 when a feast succeeds on its own? The party itself brings men joy in full measure. Chorus, I heard the shriek, 205 The sorrowful wailing, she cries out shrilly, painfully, that her husband wrongs and betrays her. She calls on Zeus' daughter, Justice, protectress of oaths, who brought her over to Greece, 210 over the dark sea to the briny Bosporus, gateway of the vast Euxine. 182 Before she does some harm, a further suggestion that the children are in danger. 188 Like a mother lioness, once again an indication that there is something inhuman, even bestial, about Medea's frame of mind, see verses 29, 92, 103. 192 FF The sweet sounds of song, an interesting bit of introspection by a poet, an assessment of the limitations of his art. The thought, however, which continues for some lines, seems to be somewhat labored here. 209 to 10 Justice, protectress of oaths, who brought her, Medea denounced Jason as a breaker of oaths, verses 21 to 2, 162 to 3, here, she bitterly reproaches those divinities whose job it is to guarantee such oaths, and who in her case appear not to have done so. She will take matters into her own hands. Enter Medea, women of Corinth, I have come out of the house to avoid your reproaches. I know that many men are really haughty, some where none can see them, others openly. Some get a bad reputation simply from living a life of ease and comfort. People do not behave justly in hating another on sight, with no injury done, without learning fully the person's character. An alien, too, must especially blend with the city, but I don't approve, either, of the citizen who, self-willed and boorish, gives offense to others. This thing has fallen on me like a bolt from nowhere, destroying my soul. I'm ruined. The joy of living is gone for me. I want to die, my friends. The one who was everything to me, I know it, has turned out the worst of men, my husband. Of all creatures that live and have understanding. Medea 23 215 220 225 230 214. Enter Medea. This speech is very different from what we might have expected, given the lengthy descriptions of Medea's pent-up fury and her own raptures of grief. Obviously, one intended effect is surprise. Something else has troubled readers and critics. Why does she sound so ordinary, uttering what are almost platitudes, though true, and sounding more like every woman and Greek every woman, at that than a Black Sea witch? Many have thought her reasonable tone and careful, even tedious, argumentation nothing more than a faade. She is not at all like this, as we and the characters in the drama will soon discover. In my opinion, it is likelier that we are being asked to believe in her as a woman scorned and, as a foreign woman would be in most Greek cities of the time, totally vulnerable. If we feel sympathy for her, I believe we are meant to. She has been dealt with callously, treacherously even, and has, literally, nowhere to turn. She must, then, reach deep into a wholly different and utterly dark side of her nature to devise an escape from this situation. 215-21. The inconsequentiality of this section in particular, see preceding note, has struck many critics. An explanation can be found, at least in part, in the fact that by this time the Athenians were evolving elaborate schemes for constructing a persuasive speech, and that an extended proem or warm-up was a required feature of this highly formalized style of speech writing. Witness some of the speeches in Thucydides. Otherwise, we can say that she is really just trying to make the Corinthian women think that she is completely normal and even a bit chatty, to take them off the scent of her real intentions. 222. An alien, 2. Now we come to a point that is relevant to her own situation, although in 223-4 she veers again to inconsequentiality. 225. Like a bolt from nowhere, the Greek is not quite so specific, but it seems legitimate to interpret it in light of v94. 230 ff. It is hard to imagine a stronger or more crystalline statement of the position put forward in the following 20 lines. They have rightly been considered a classic presentation of women's social vulnerability, and their applicability has extended beyond the Greece of Euripides' day. 24. Medea. We women are the wretchedest breed alive. First, we must use excessive amounts of cash to buy our husbands, and what we get are masters of our bodies. This is the worst pain of all. In fact, this is no small struggle whether he'll be 235 a good or bad one, for divorce brings no repute to wives, and yet they can't deny their husbands, so coming into new rules and customs, she must be a prophet, since she hasn't learned at home how to deal in the best way with her bedmate. 240. And if we manage to find a solution to this, so husbands live with and don't feel chained to us, our lives are a joy. If not, it is better to die. But a man, when life with his family oppresses him, can turn to others to relieve his heart's distress. 245. Either to a friend or men of his own age we must look to only one other person. They say that we spend all our time at home, and live safe lives, while they go out to battle. What fools they are! I'd rather stand 3 times 250 behind a shield, than bear a child once. 232. Excessive amounts of cash. The reference is to the dowry, which was often a considerable amount. 235. No small struggle, for of course, in an arranged marriage, the wife had little say in the choice of husband. 236-7. For a Greek man, divorce was a relatively simple matter. He simply went before a magistrate and made known his intention. For a Greek woman it was much more difficult to initiate, and involved a complicated legal process. 239 She hasn't learnt at home, another complaint of more general applicability. A girl marrying generally in her mid or late teens must have been ignorant in some essential matters. It could, however, also be argued that the male, too, was sexually immature. Though considerably older than his wife, his experience would have been limited by the fact that most of his social life was among members of his own sex. 244-5 A man can turn to others, even more true in Euripides' day than perhaps at later periods. The opportunities for a Greek woman in the 5th century to initiate any kind of social contact on her own were virtually non-existent. 246 Diggle follows Wilamowitz in condemning this verse, unnecessarily, it seems to me. A friend and men of his own age are not so extensive, so there is no redundancy, and the verse fills out the preceding one, 245, which is rather abrupt without it. 250-1 I'd rather stand 3 times. It is difficult to imagine a more lapidary statement of the sentiment expressed in these famous epigrammatic lines. But your reasoning is no doubt different from mine. This is your city, you have fathers' homes, you enjoy life and the company of friends. I am alone and stateless, my husband insults me, I was brought from a foreign land, a piece of plunder, I have no mother or brother or kinsman to go to for shelter from my present adversity. I only ask to obtain so much from you, if some method or scheme can be found for me to pay my husband back for these sufferings. His father-in-law and the girl he married keep silent. A woman is generally full of fear, and cowardly, when facing armed aggression, but when she's been wronged in anything touching sex, no mind is more homicidal than hers. Chorus I'll do as you ask. Justly, Medea, you'll pay your husband back. No wonder you grieve for what's happened. But I see Creon, ruler of this country, coming here to announce some new decision. Enter Creon, with attendants. Medea 25 255 260 265 270 253-5. This is your city, I am alone and stateless. Medea turns to a new point. As a foreigner, even if she were Greek, she would have no civic status without a male citizen to represent her interests. My husband insults me, a very strong formulation which in other contexts might even imply rapes me. 257 No mother or brother or kinsman. In the case of legal divorce, this much protection was afforded the female, she could return to her nearest male kinsman for protection, taking her dowry with her. Medea has of course forfeited this, CV 167. 259 I only ask to obtain, in the view of some critics, Medea's long arguments thus far have been only posturing. She has been systematically ingratiating herself, pulling at the women's heartstrings, to elicit this promise that they do nothing to interfere with her revenge plot, not even reveal it. There may be some truth to this view, but I think that it is easy to overstate the extent of her insincerity so far. See note on v. 214, Enter Medea, 262. This line is condemned by many editors. 263-6 A splendid, vigorous cap to this fine speech, although 264 seems to contradict 251. She closes her address with a blood-curdling epigram. 270 Some new decision, they may have heard the same rumor as the tutor, verses 67 ff, or this is simply an anticipation. Enter Creon. There is some evidence that there was a conventional distinction between the two entranceways to mark the direction from which the entering person was coming, or to which he or she was going. If so, Creon will enter from the western, stage left, entrance, which marked arrivals from and departures to the city or harbor, east denoted the countryside. 26 Medea Creon you. The scowling hater of your husband, Medea, I order you to go from this land in exile, and take your 2 children with you. And no delay. For I'm the one who gives the orders here, and I won't go home again 275 until I've cast you outside the country's borders. Medea oh! How wretched and utterly ruined I am! For my enemies are letting out all their sail, and no ready harbor from ruin awaits me. Though you've treated me foully, I shall still ask. 280 For what reason are you driving me out, Creon? Creon, I fear you no need to dress up the language. Fear you'll work some incurable harm to my daughter, and many things contribute to this fear. You're clever and much versed in doing harm. 285 And you're suffering the lack of your husband's bed. I hear you've threatened. That's the report that came to do something, that's what I must guard against. It's better for me to feel your anger now, 290, than lament loudly later for showing softness. 274 I'm the one who gives the orders here, I won't go home again. I think that the poet gives such heavy emphasis not to portray Creon as a spluttering state autocrat, but to show how massively opposed to Medea are the political forces of Corinth. It will take all her ingenuity, or another demonstration of her fabled magic, to overcome such opposition. The fact that Creon does go home again without having expelled her, but against his better judgment, shows how skillful Medea is at manipulating her male adversaries. Jason will later step into a similar trap. 277 How wretched and utterly ruined, a conventional but effective feminine appeal. 278-9 Have let out their sails, no ready harbor. Imagery from seafaring is pervasive in Greek poetry, cf. verses 523-4, 769-70. 282 I fear you, Creon's instincts are correct. He senses Medea's capacity for working incurable harm. That she succeeds in spite of this shows how skilled she is at getting her own way, even in human terms. It also adds another undertone of foreboding, a covert warning that springs of malign power lie just beneath her smooth surface. 287 I hear you've threatened. When, in stage time, should we conceive of Medea as having made these threats? Probably before the action begins. See also verses 457-8. I have excised v 288 on grounds of, among other things, its similarity to v 262. Medea 27 Medea Oh. This isn't the first time, Creon, it's happened often, that reputation has injured and done me much harm. A man who's naturally sensible should never bring up his children to be excessively wise. 295 Apart from the charge of idleness they get, they earn hatred and jealousy from the citizens. If you bring some new wisdom to stupid men, you'll seem to them useless and not wise. From being considered better than those who have 300 some subtle skill, you'll appear offensive to all. This is the very thing that's happened to me. Since I'm a wise woman, some are jealous, 303 others annoyed, yet I'm not over wise. 305 You fear me, fear something unpleasant? Don't be afraid of me, Creon, I haven't the means to do harm to men who are the rulers. What wrong did you do to me? You gave your daughter to whom your spirit urged you. My husband's the one 310 I hate. You acted sensibly, I think, and now I don't begrudge your affairs prospering. Go on with the marriage. Be happy. But allow me to live in this country. For although we've been treated unjustly, we'll say nothing, we've lost out to our betters. 315 Creon, soothing words you've spoken, but in my mind there lurks a fear that you're planning something bad. 292-301 This isn't the first time, etc. Again, Medea begins in a very roundabout and rhetorical way. Perhaps, although this is far from certain, see note on 214, Enter Medea. This is meant to characterize her as being able to feign pompous long-windedness to put her opponent off the scent. My hesitations to describe it in this way stem from the fact that such rhetoricizing is common in Euripides, even when there seems to be no effort to characterize his speaker, as, for example, Hippolytus. 303 Since I'm a wise woman, picks up Creon's charge at v 285. By harping on this topic of wisdom or cleverness, the Greek word is the same. Medea hopes to deflect fears that her skills, for which she was evidently renowned, may be put to harmful use against the royal family. 304 This verse, almost duplicated at v 808, has been omitted from the translation, since it interrupts the line of argument. 316-7 In my mind there lurks a fear, once again, cf v 282, Creon's instincts are to be wary. His generalization at verses 319 to 20 is correct. Now that Medea has got control of herself, she is much more potentially dangerous than when she was carried away by her grief and anger. 28 Medea, I trust you, then, by that much less than before. A woman, just like a man, who is quick to wrath is easier guarded than one wise and silent. 320 Leave, go away at once, no further talk. Since this is settled, you cannot devise a way to remain here, since you wish me harm. Medea, don't, I implore you by your daughter's marriage. Creon, you're wasting words, you'll never be able to sway me. 325 Medea, you'll drive me out? You'll not respect my prayers? Creon, I cannot love you more than my own family. Medea, O country of mine, how I remember you now. Creon, by far the dearest thing to me, after children. Medea, ah! What an evil thing men's loves are. 330 Creon, it all depends, I suppose, on how things turn out. Medea, Zeus, I hope you notice the source of these wrongs. Creon, go, you foolish woman, end my suffering. 322 You cannot devise a way, how wrong he is. 328 O country of mine, now that it appears that she must leave Corinth, and today, the thought that she literally has no place to go has its maximum impact on her, see verses 32 to 3, with note, 166 to 7. 329 After children, an allusion to the importance of children, not only to Creon here, but later, to Agis, to Jason, to Medea herself. 330 Men's loves, especially, as we are given ironically to understand, when, as in her case, they have gone wrong. 332 Zeus, now at last she does call upon the Father of Gods, see note on v169. Medea, and what of mine? Who will relieve me of it? Creon, motions to attendants, an attendant here will take you away by force. Medea, grasping him in supplication, do not, I beg you, Creon, resort to this. Creon, you're making trouble for nothing, it seems, woman. Medea, I'll go into exile. I'm not pleading for pardon. Creon, well, why not simply leave without resisting? Medea, a single day allow me to remain to think through where I shall go in exile and find some means of life for my children. Their father sets no stock on devising something for them. Have pity on them. You are a father, too, it's natural for you to show them kindness. My concern isn't for me if we go into exile, my tears are rather for them and their misfortunes. Creon, my nature is not tyrannical in the least, I've already lost much through being sensitive, I see the mistake I'm making now, woman, yet you shall have this, but I'm warning you, if the rays of the coming dawn shall look upon you. Medea 29 335 340 345 350 334. I agree with Diggle that the text is faulty as it stands. I offer a translation of what, probably, the author intended. 340 A single day, Medea's trump card, who could resist such an apparently trifling request? 343 Sets no stock on devising something, but Jason will show some fatherly feelings, verses 460 to 1. 344 You are a father, too. Medea picks up Creon's point at v329, we will be reminded again, in a gruesome way, of his affectionate nature at verses 1204 ff 345. To show them, I translate Vitelli's conjecture, which Diggle adopts. 348 ff Euripides goes to an extreme in presenting his secondary character in a favorable, even sympathetic, light. When Creon says, I see the mistake I'm making, he uses a conventional phrase that is sometimes uttered by other, genuinely tragic, figures. 30 Medea and the children within the boundaries of this land, you'll die, this sentence is passed unerringly. So remain, if you must, but only for one day. 355 You'll not do any of the terrible things I fear, exit Creon, chorus Poor woman, oh, wherever will you go overcome by your sufferings? To what hospitable house 360 or land to save you from harm? How God has placed you in the way of a wave of harm, with no way out. Medea, everything's totally ruined, there's no denying. Oh, but don't suppose only for me. 365 struggles still await the newlyweds and sufferings for their kinsmen, not small ones. Do you suppose I'd ever have flattered that man unless devising something for my profit? I'd never have talked to or touched him with my hands. 370 But he arrived at such a pitch of folly that, even though he might have spoiled my plans by exiling me, he allowed me to remain this day, in which I'll make 3 people corpses, father, daughter, and my husband. 375 355 to 6. Critics since Knock have condemned this couplet as a weak repetition of what Creon has already said. But people repeat themselves in real life. Besides, the poignancy of the just one day theme so near and yet so far may bear repetition. And it would be a pity to lose the irony of V 356, which seems to me indisputably Euripidean. 357 to 63 The chorus, or perhaps just the leader, chant an anapestic stanza here. I translate the traditional order of verses, not Diggle's transposition. 363 With no way out, but Medea, with demonic and self-destructive inventiveness, will discover one. 364 FF. In this great speech Medea flings off the mask of fawning servility and feminine helplessness which she had put on to dupe Creon. We begin to hear the colossal pride which has sustained so severe a wound, and the rage which wells up from deep within her. Her enemies will soon discover the strength of her willpower and of her determination not to let such affronts go unavenged. 374 to 5 I'll make 3 people corpses. Later the plan will be changed. She does not kill Jason, in any literal sense, that is, and cannot have foreseen Creon's death. This fits in with the rumored threats about which we have already heard, verses 287 to 9. I have so many ways of killing them I don't know which I'll try out first, my friends. Perhaps I'll set fire to the bridal chambers, or drive a sharpened dagger through their sides, entering in silence the room where the bed is spread. But one pitfall, there, for me, if I'm caught creeping into the house and plotting something, my death will give my enemies a laugh. Best to take the direct route, where my natural skills can shine, murder them with poisons. Well, then, let's say they've died. What city will accept me? What foreign host will offer me asylum and guaranteed safety, and defend my person? There is none. I'll wait a little while longer, and if some tower of refuge appears for me I'll proceed to the crime with silence and deceit. But if an unmanageable disaster drives me away, I'll take the knife myself, even to die, and murder them, and move with force and daring. No, by the mistress whom I most revere of all, and chose to help me in my work, Hecate, who lives in the recesses of my hearth, they'll not make my heart hurt and get off free. Bitter and painful I shall make their marriage, bitter the marriage connection and my exile. Well, Medea, spare none of the things. Medea 31 380 385 390 395 400 376. I have so many ways of killing them, so this is not murder without premeditation. 381 to 2 If I'm caught creeping into the house, again, a very rational calculation, and in any case, such crude means seem unsuitable for a wise or clever murderess. 383 My death will give my enemies a laugh. This is the typical heroic stance, not to become a laughingstock to one's enemies, and so humiliated as well as vulnerable. See verses 404, 797, 1049. 390 Some tower of refuge. As we shall see, this is just what will happen with the arrival of King Aegeus at v 663. 395 to 7 The mistress, Hecate. In some versions of the story, Medea was a priestess of this underworld goddess, who taught her the art of witchcraft. According to one late account, Hecate had married Euripides and was the mother of Medea and Circe. 401 Well, Medea, for a hero or heroine to address himself or herself by name is rather unusual. Perhaps it is intended to remind the audience that hers is a significant name. she ho devises. 32 Medea, you know, none of your schemings and devices advance to the terrible. Now it's a test of courage, you see what they're doing to you? You mustn't be laughed at by these Sisyphean marriages of Jason. 405 Since your father was noble, and his father, the Sunday you know how. Turns to chorus, conspiratorially, and what is more, we're women, quite unable to manage good, but none more skilled when it comes to doing harm. First choral ode. The streams of sacred rivers run backwards, justice and everything go in reverse, men's plans treacherous, faith sworn by gods no longer fixed and secure. A 410-403. A test of courage, another heroic sentiment. 404 You mustn't be laughed at, see note on v 383. 405 Sisyphean marriages. Since Sisyphus in Greek myth was noted for deviousness and trickery, for which he was punished by being made to roll up a steep hill, a boulder which he was never able to bring to the top, Medea means that Jason acted in an underhanded way in contracting his new marriage. Some accounts made Sisyphus the founder and first king of Corinth and father of Creon, or even husband of Medea. In later times travelers were shown his tomb near Corinth. 406 Your father, Euripides, his father, the son, generations of not only heroic but semi-divine ancestors are looking upon her to see how nobly Medea will respond to the challenge which she now faces. 409 An epigrammatic line which gave some grounds to those who, like Aristophanes, see Frogs 1044 ff, affected to be shocked at Euripides' portrayal of women. It matches the epigrammatic verses 263-6 above. 410-45 First choral ode. The chorus, having taken up a formal position in the orchestra, now sing and dance to a song whose matching stanzas are a sign of correspondingly matching dance steps to accompany the singing. Music was provided by a flute player. The theme of the first two stanzas is odd and somewhat obscurely expressed. In the first part, the women of Corinth respond to Medea's stated intention to seek revenge by asserting that women, whose achievements have been given less than their due by male poets, will now have renown, v 414, and would have had even more, although the logic of stanza A1 is rather fuzzy. If there had been women poets, who could have reported men's misdeeds as men through the ages have women's. In stanzas B and B1 they recapitulate some points already made. Medea's heart was maddened by love of Jason, CV8, she passed from the Black Sea through the Twin Rocks, see verses 210-12. She is a foreigner in Corinth, v 222, and is being exiled, 255, etc., in dishonor, verses 20-33, with no father's home to return to, 32-3, 166. 506 ff below. But the tables will turn. I'll have renown. Honor will come at last to the female race, no longer will women be victims of bad reports. The ancient songs will at last diminish that sing of my faithlessness. To us no talent of raising the lyre's heavenly voice was given by Apollo, leader of songs. I'd have sung a contrary hymn against the male race, for ages can tell as much of men as of us. Medea, you sailed from your father's home with maddened heart and passed the twin rocks of the sea, a foreign land you live in. Your husband's bed you've lost, poor woman. The land now drives you a dishonored exile. The grace of oaths is gone, shame no longer resides in great Greece, but has flown skyward. And for you no father's home will give shelter from sorrows. The bed now has another mistress standing over it, a royal bride. Away! Enter Jason from the western, stage left, entranceway. Jason, this is not the first time I've seen what an irreparable evil a savage temper is. You could have stayed in this country and this house if you had borne more lightly the plans of your masters. Medea 33 415 420 A1 425 430 B 435 B1 440 445 418-20. Honor will come, the irony is fairly heavy-handed. Medea's honor will be redressed, see preceding note, but at what cost? And the women will continue to be victims of bad reports, even more than before because of Medea's actions. 434 Maddened heart, driven mad, that is by love, see note on V8 above. 434 to 5 Twin rocks of the sea, CFV2 clashing rocks, with note there. 439 The grace of oaths is gone, because Jason has broken his oaths to Medea, V21 to 2, 162 to 3, 209 to 10. Shame, personified, as often. 446 Not the first time, from his first words Jason is shown up as one who is pompous and undiplomatic in manner, he will reveal himself as incredibly insensitive and opportunistic as well. 449 If you had borne more lightly the plans of your masters, like waving a red flag before Medea's fierce individualism. 34 Medea But for your foolish words you'll be driven out. 450 It's no business of mine, never stop saying that Jason is the vilest of men, but the things that you've been saying about the rulers consider it gain that you are punished only by exile. I've always tried to smooth the ruffled temper 455 of the princes, and I wanted you to stay. But you don't give up your folly, continually carping at the rulers, so you'll be expelled. In spite of this I haven't rejected dear ones, but have come out of forethought for you, woman 460 so you won't go into exile with the children, penniless, destitute. Exile brings with it a flock of sorrows. For even though you hate me, I could never harbor malicious thoughts against you. Medea vilest of creatures, this is the worst thing 465 I can say about your so-called manliness. You've come to us, you, the worst enemy of the gods and me and the whole human race. This isn't being bold or even brash, to wrong loved ones and look them in the eye. 470 But one of the worst diseases of humankind, a lack of shame. But you were right to come, for when I have spilled out my abuse of you, my heart will be lightened and your ears will burn. I'll begin right back at the beginning 475 451. It's no business of mine, but it is, or should be, even as a former husband, and one who has derived so much benefit from her. 460 But have come, woman, the word he uses can also signify wife, perhaps the irony is intended on the poet's part. 462 Exile brings with it, Jason's sententiousness strikes us as unfeeling, but may not have struck a Greek audience so. His offers of help seem well-intentioned enough, he may be thinking, but does not say, what would people say if I didn't help you? 465 Vilest of creatures, a not surprising vehemence on Medea's part. 468 This line is often excised, it recurs at V1324 I prefer to keep it, but see note on verses 520 to 1, below. 472 A lack of shame, as the chorus had sung in the preceding ode, shame no longer resides in Great Greece, verses 439 to 40. 475 I'll begin right back at the beginning, for all the formality of the rhetoric, cf verses 214 ff, and note on 214, enter Medea, this seems vigorous and direct, and not, to my ear at least, as studied as her opening speech. I rescued you, as the Greeks know who were your shipmates long ago aboard the Argo when you were sent to master the monstrous bulls with yokes and sow the furrow with seeds of death, the serpent who never slept, his twisted coils protecting the golden fleece. I was the one who killed it and held out to you a beacon of safety. I betrayed both my father and my house and went with you to Pelias' land, Iolcos, showing in that more eagerness than sense I put Pelias to death in the most painful way by his own daughters. I destroyed his whole house, and in return for this, you foulest of men, you betrayed us and took a new wife, even though you have children. Were you childless one might forgive you this liaison. But now the trust of oaths is gone. I do not know whether you think those gods no longer rule, and men's present laws are newly passed since you are conscious of having broken your oaths to me. Ah! You often clasped my right hand and solemnly appealed to me to save you, Medea 35 480 485 490 495 477. Your shipmates, aboard the Argo, the exploits of the Argonauts were one of the great mythic sagas, see Introduction NV 1387. 479 Sow the furrow with seeds of death. As noted in the introduction, Medea's father put various obstacles in Jason's path to prevent him from getting the golden fleece, the fire-breathing bulls just mentioned, and these sown men which sprang from the soil into which Jason had sown the dragon's teeth. Using various of her magic devices, Medea helped him overcome these obstacles. 483 I betrayed both my father and my house. Once again she returns to the point, verses 31-2, 166, as if it were resting heavily on her conscience. It also reminds Jason of the magnitude of her sacrifice for him and his debt to her. 485 More eagerness than sense, because, for all her reputation for wisdom, verses 285, 303, she was foolish in her trust of Jason. 485-6 Pelias, his own daughters, see introduction, and note on V9. 490. Were you childless? In ancient Greece concubinage was permitted, especially for purposes of producing a male heir to inherit a man's property and carry on the family name. 492 The trust of oaths is gone, and 495. Having broken your oaths, cf. verses 162-3, 209-10, 418 and 439, where the language is close to Medea's here. 493-4 Those gods no longer rule, laws are newly passed. She emphasizes that in reneging on his oath never to forsake her, Jason has transgressed an age-old rule of behavior, felt to be one of the most sacrosanct in the human ethical code. 36 Medea, you evil man! My hopes all misfired. Well, then, I shall deal with you as a friend. What good am I supposed to get from you? 500 Still, if I ask, you'll be shown up as more shameful. Now where should I go? To my father's house? My country which I betrayed to come with you? To Pelias' wretched daughters, of course, they'd welcome the slayer of their father into their home. 505 This is how things are. To my nearest and dearest I stand hateful, and those I shouldn't have wronged I've made into enemies by doing you a favor. So in return for this you've made me, to many Greek women, enviable, for I have you. 510 A splendid, trusted husband, for all my sorrow, even if I must leave this country in exile, without friends, my children alone and I alone with them, a fine blot on the new bridegroom's record, that both the children and I who saved you should wander over the earth as beggars. 515 Zeus, why did you give to men clear signs to distinguish counterfeit gold from true, but as for humans, no stamp is impressed on their bodies by which the bogus ones can be discerned? Chorus leader A terrible thing is temper and knows no cure. 520 When dear ones wrangle and fall to fighting each other, Jason I must, it seems, not fall short of perfection. 502-3. My father's house, my country which I betrayed, CFV 283, with note. 504 Pelias' wretched daughters, CFVV 485-6, with note. 504-5 They'd welcome the slayer. Medea's heavy sarcasm turns more acid at verses 509-10. You've made me envied among Greeks' women. 516-19 Zeus, why did you give, etc. The same idea is expressed in Hippolytus, verses 925-31, written a few years later. 520-21 A terrible thing is temper, etc. The chorus rather bland couplet serves, as often, to mark the end of a speech by one character before the floor is turned over, so to speak, to the opponent in the debate. CFV 546. It should be noted that Jason's reply of 54 lines matches Medea's preceding one of 55 almost exactly. Removal of V 468 would bring them into exact correspondence. 522 I must, it seems, etc. Jason begins with a rhetorical warm-up, longer than his couplet at verses 446-7. In speaking, but just like an expert helmsman, haul up my sail and run before the storm of harsh words your tongue spews, woman. But since you so proudly prate about your favors, I believe the only one of gods or mortals who saved me during my voyage was Aphrodite. A subtle mind you have, but are very slow to grasp the story of how Eros, love, forced you with his unerring arrows to save my person. Still, I don't insist on a strict accounting, the benefits you offered have worked out well. But what you got in return for saving me was far more than you gave, as I shall prove. First, instead of a barbarian land, Greece is your country now. You have a taste of justice and the use of laws not subject to force. All the Greeks can see that you are wise, so you have renown, but if you lived at the ends of the earth no one would take account of you. For me, I wouldn't care to have gold in the house or a singing voice sweeter than Orpheus unless I reached some pinnacle of fame. So much for my own efforts, and remember, Medea 37 525 530 535 540 545 523-4. Like an expert helmsman, run before the storm, although maritime imagery is frequent, see verses 278-9, with note, it seems to me particularly frigid here. 527-8 The only one of gods, was Aphrodite. A similar argument is used by Helen in the Trojan Women, verses 929 ff and cf verses 982-9, where Hecuba retorts Aphrodite is just a name given by humans to their lack of self-control, but here the sterile and ungallant remark seems intended to characterize Jason as especially unfeeling. 530-1 Love's arrows were a cliché in Greek poetry, see verses 633-4. 534-5 What you got, more than you gave, Jason turns mean-spirited. 536-41 Instead of a barbarian land, a taste of justice, laws not subject to force, see that you are wise. It seems incredible that Jason does not see how misapplied all his points are. These are hardly benefits. v. 533, given that Medea has, by summary decree, been stripped of her status and must leave Corinth with, as yet, no sure destination, her reputation for murderous craft preceding her. Many commentators have felt that Euripides is scoring points against his smug contemporaries. If this is the way that superior Greeks treat those less privileged, let us have barbarian Maoris every time. 540-1 If you lived at the ends of the earth, as Medea has said, bitterly and often, she wishes she had never left Colchis. 543 Singing voice sweeter than Orpheus. Orpheus' power over beasts and the natural world through his music was proverbial. The image recurs frequently in Greek poetry. The platitude makes Jason's argument sound particularly hollow. 38 Medea, you were the one who called for a debate. Now for the blame you cast at my royal match. In this I shall prove, first, that I am wise, second, self-controlled, finally, your greatest friend and the children's wait and hear me out. 550 When I moved my residence to here from Iolcos, bringing along a pack of problems with no solution, what luckier scheme could I have found than this, to marry the king's daughter, I, a fugitive? Not what's chafing you that I hated your bed. 555 And was struck by desire for a new bride, nor eager for a contest in child producing, I have enough and find no fault with them. Uppermost in my mind was for us to live well off, not destitute, for I know 560 that an impoverished man is shunned by all his friends. I wanted to raise the children in a manner befitting my family, producing brothers for those I had with you, to bind the family together so I might prosper. You don't need more children, while I 565 see the profit of benefiting those we have with more to come. Was this a bad plan? You'd agree, if the marriage didn't chafe you. You women have come to such a point that you think, 547. Now for the blame, etc. Jason apparently does not see that, so far from exonerating him, to reveal himself as thus coldly calculating in his new marriage makes our estimation of him plunge still further. His defense reads like a case study in opportunistic manipulativeness. 550 Wait, and hear me out. Obviously Medea makes some kind of movement or gesture, perhaps turning away as if to leave. 552 A pack of problems with no solution. It is not clear what Jason is referring to beyond the fact that Medea's presence was an encumbrance to his new dynastic plans. 559-60 For us to live well off, on the surface of it, This sounds plausible enough. When, however, we consider how much Medea has sacrificed because of her single-minded passion for Jason, we see how far apart these two are, and must always have been, unless he experienced a drastic sea change, how little such mundane considerations could ever have mattered to her. 562-3 In a manner befitting my family, a note of self-importance, even snobbishness on Jason's part, only latent so far, is thus explicitly struck. Note also the egoistic tone my family and, in 564-5, I might prosper. 565 You don't need more children. Can Jason have said anything more callous, and double-edged, in light of the way the plot will turn? 569 You women have come to such a point, the implication is that women are narrowly focused on sex and have a romantic view of it, whereas men have a broader outlook. This is an uglier version of the kind of distinction Medea had made at verses 238-47. If things go right in bed, you have everything, but if your sex life is suffering, then you become vicious enemies of all your best and dearest. There ought to have been some other way for mortals to procreate. The female race could vanish. Then, men wouldn't have had this misery. Chorus leader Jason, you've packaged these arguments attractively. Still, though you may not want to hear it, I think you're acting against justice in betraying your wife. Medea, how different I am from the rest of the human race. For me, the man who is a villain, but clever in speech, would have to pay the highest fine, confident of cloaking his villainy in fine words. He dares anything, still, he's not overwise. So stop putting a false face before me with slippery words. One line will lay you flat. If you hadn't been evil, you would have persuaded me first, then got married, not kept it quiet from dear ones. Jason and you, I suppose, would then have furthered that plan had I mentioned the marriage, when, even now, you dare not eject the great rancor from your heart. Medea, that wasn't the reason. It would have looked bad for you to be growing old with a foreign wife. Jason, no, I assure you, it was not for a woman's sake that I undertook my present royal marriage, but, as I've already told you, because I wanted to rescue you and produce princely brothers to help my children, a prop to support the house. Medea 39 570 575 580 585 590 595 573. There ought to have been some other way. Hippolytus makes a similar suggestion. Men should have been able to deposit a weight of gold or iron or bronze in one of Zeus' temples and then go around to collect a seed of children of equivalent value. Hippolytus 616-24. He doesn't say by what method the seed would grow. 578 You're acting against justice. This puts the charge against him in most explicit terms. See also above, verses 209-10, with note. 585 Lay you flat, a wrestling metaphor. 40 Medea, I want no share in a happy life that grieves me, or prosperity that chafes against my heart. Jason, you know how to change your prayer and appear wiser? 600 Pray that good never appear to you grievous, nor think that you're unlucky when you're not. Medea, go on, insult me. You have somewhere to turn. I shall leave this country in exile. Alone, Jason, you chose it yourself. Don't blame anyone else. 605 Medea, by marrying someone else, forsaking you? Jason, by casting impious curses against the rulers. Medea, yes, and I could be a curse to your family, too. Jason, I don't intend to debate with you any further. But if you wish me to give you or the children 610 extra money for your trip into exile, tell me. I'm ready to give it with a lavish hand, and write to foreign friends who will help you out. You'd be foolish not to take up this offer, woman. You'll profit more by getting rid of your anger. 615 Medea, I wouldn't have any dealings with your friends, nor take what you gave. Don't bother offering. The gifts of an evil giver bring no gain. 604 I shall leave this country, alone. She returns to an earlier theme. 606 By marrying someone else, it is biting sarcasm, an effective thrust at Jason. 608 I could be a curse, a covert warning that she will not take the insult, v 603, lying down. 610-14 if you wish, etc. Jason is careful to preserve the proprieties, but this is a mere token, let it not be said that he is the kind of man who does not pay alimony and child support. Jason, I call upon the gods to witness that I was willing to do anything for you and the children, but you reject favors, stubbornly cast your dear ones away, you'll suffer the more for it. Medea, go away. Desire for your new bride overwhelms you, who've been so long away from home. Marry. Perhaps, if God supports my words, you've made a match you'll one day have cause to lament. Second choral ode. When the loves descend in full force they never enhance men's fame or virtue, but if Aphrodite approaches with reserve, there is no more gracious goddess. Mistress, never use me as a target, shooting golden arrows tipped with desire, unerring in aim. Lady restraint, befriend me, for it is the god's greatest gift. May Aphrodite never drive me to fight with my husband, striking my spirit with love of another man. Medea 41 620 625 a 630 a 1 640 619. I call upon the gods to witness, Jason is being legalistically, and moralistically, correct, ritually and juridically, at least, his hands are clean. 626 Cause to lament, I translate E.R. Dodd's conjecture, accepted by Diggle, for the manuscript reading renounce. 627-62 Second choral ode. In the first half, the chorus sing of the dangers of love when it goes to extremes. There is an ode on a similar theme in Sophocles' Antigone, verses 781-800. In the second half they return to the topic of exile and end with more general commiseration for Medea. The theme of moderation in love seems at first sight rather straightforward, but as applied to Medea's and Jason's situation it is not. So far from being immoderate, Jason seems incapable of loving at all. We have just heard him say that his new marriage is not due to infatuation, but a coolly calculated match of convenience, verses 555 ff. As for Medea, her uncontrolled passion for Jason is a thing of the past, verses 228, 526 ff. And never drive me to fight with my husband, verses 638-9, comes in rather oddly, considering that we have just witnessed a fight between Medea and Jason, but not one resulting from the fact that either one, unless Jason is dissembling, has fallen in love with someone else. 629 Loves, more familiar to us as Cupids, are Aphrodite's agents. The violence of their activity here is in contrast with the peaceful picture at verses 835 ff. Two other themes touched in the chorus are of more general relevance to the drama: Lady Restraint, Sophrosyne, personified, 635, and Men's Fame, 630, cf 414, I'll have renown. Both of these have an indirect and negative application to Medea. Her revenge, motivated as it is by perverted passion, will fly in the face of the chorus praises of restraint, and will bring her a kind of fame, but hardly one to be envied. 42 Medea, but do me the honor of making my marriage peaceful and decide shrewdly about women's loves. My city, my home. I pray never to go into exile, never to lead that kind of life of endless, unmanageable suffering. Die. To die would be better, and bring my life's day to an end forever. No pain is worse than to lose one's country. We saw, we don't have to take another's word, Medea, no city, no friend pitied your pain, the worst of sufferings. Perish unloved the one who does not unlock a pure heart to friends, no friend of mine will he ever be. Enter Agis, king of Athens. Agis Medea, I wish you well. No one knows how to address a better greeting to friends. Medea, greetings to you, too, Agis, wise Pandion's son. From where are you coming to this land? Agis, I've come from Delphi, Apollo's ancient oracle. B 645 650 B1 655 660 665 641-2. The poet's meaning is unclear, I have translated what I think he meant to say. 663, Enter Agis. This renowned Athenian king comes in along the eastern, stage right, entranceway. His appearance is unexpected. He comes just in the nick of time for, as Medea had said, verses 289-91, she is in need of some tower of refuge in order to proceed with her revenge plot. Some critics have objected that his appearance is unmotivated, and a bit too convenient for the plot. But it has also been pointed out that the children theme, especially as it ironically applies to Medea, she is willing to help Agis attain his desire for children, while at the same time contemplating the murder of her own, provides some continuity with the rest of the play. 665 Greetings to you, too, Agis. It is most unusual for a newcomer to appear without being announced and without identifying him or herself. How does Medea know who it is? Her supernatural powers? Or a slip by the poet? 667 I've come from Delphi. A return journey from Delphi to Athens would not pass near Corinth. Agis has deterred for a special reason, verses 682 ff. Medea, what took you to the earth's center of prophecy? Agis, to find out how I might become a father. Medea, by heavens! You're childless at your time of life? Agis, childless, indeed, by some cruel stroke of fate. Medea, you're married, you've had experience with women? Agis, indeed, it's not for lack of a wife or marriage. Medea, what did Apollo tell you about children? Agis, words too wise for a man to understand. Medea, is it right for me to know the gods' response? Agis, certainly, for a clever mind indeed is needed. Medea, what did he say, then? Speak, if it is allowed. Agis, not to release the wineskin's hanging neck. Medea, until you do what? Come to what place? Agis, until I come to my father's hearth once more. Medea, but why, then, have you put your ship in here? Medea, 43 670 675 680 672. You're married. Medea is methodical, almost clinical, in her approach to Agis' problem. An ancient note informs us that Agis had in fact had 2 wives. 677 A clever mind indeed. Jason had mentioned Medea's international reputation, v 539. 679 Release the wineskin's hanging neck. This was interpreted in antiquity to mean have sexual intercourse, no doubt rightly. 44 Medea, Agis, there is a man named Pittheus, ruler of Trozen. Medea, most pious son of Pelops, as they say. Agis, I want to share the prophecy with him. 685 Medea, yes, for he is wise and has much experience. Agis, and the dearest of my military comrades. Medea, I wish you well, good luck in what you're after. Looks at her closely. Agis, your eyes are moist, your face is streaked with tears. Medea, Agis, my husband is the worst man in the world. 690 Agis, what's wrong? Be clearer about what's troubling you. Medea, Jason is wronging me, I've done nothing to him. Agis, wronging you how? Tell it to me more clearly. Medea, he's taken another as mistress of his home. Agis, you mean he's dared to do such a vile thing? 695 Medea, he has. His former dear ones are now dishonored. 683 Pittheus, Trozen. Trozen was southeast of Corinth, in the area known as the Argolid. It is Pythias' daughter, Aethra, whom Agis will impregnate, thus becoming the father of Theseus. For Theseus' importance in Medea's future life at Athens, see Introduction. 689 Your eyes are moist. Since the Greek actors' faces were masked, no obvious tears would have been visible. Medea probably puts her hands to her face, or attempts to cover it with her cloak, thus prompting Agis' question. Agis, was it love? Or did his marriage with you turn sour? Medea, a great love and breach of faith with us. Agis, forget it, then, if he's as bad as you say. Medea, he fell in love with a marriage bond with kings. Agis, who's making the match for him? Finish your story. Medea, Creon, the man who rules this land of Corinth. Agis, you're right then to feel aggrieved, Medea. Medea, I'm lost. What's more, I'm driven into exile. Aegis by whom? You mention now a new injury. Medea Creon it is who's driving me out of Corinth. Aegis and Jason allows it. I don't approve of that. Medea he says he doesn't, but must put up with it I implore you solemnly, appealing by your beard and knees, and make myself your suppliant, have pity on me in my misfortune, don't allow them to drive me out, solitary, but take me into your country and your home. May the gods fulfill what you desire of them, children, and may you achieve a happy death. You don't know what a lucky find this is. Medea 45 700 705 710 715 698. A great love. We know that Medea is being sarcastic in light of Jason's explanation at verses 555 ff and 593-4, she explains her meaning to Aegis at v 700. 709-10 appealing by your beard, etc., a most solemn form of supplication. Medea had said something similar to Creon, v 324, equally effectively. 46 Medea for I can end your childlessness and make you able to father children, I have magic for this. Aegis for many reasons, Medea, I am eager to grant you this favor. First, the gods, 720 then, for the sake of the children that you've promised for I am obsessed with the desire to be a father. So be it, then. If you come to my country I shall try to protect you, as I agreed. But I tell you one thing in advance, Medea 725 I'm not willing to escort you from this land, but if you come to my place on your own, you'll stay there unharmed, I shall not surrender you. But secure your removal from this land yourself. For I wish to incur no blame, even from strangers 730 Medea I accept the terms. Your faithfulness to your promise is all the benefit I need of you. Aegis surely you trust me? What's troubling you? Medea I do trust you. But Peleus' house and Creon are my enemies. If they try to drag me away, 735 your oath will keep you from giving me up. If you just promise and don't swear by the gods, 717-18. I can end your childlessness, I have magic, it is unusual, and bold, for Medea to advertise her magic powers in this way, but cf verses 384-5 and 789 below, this is the witch in her speaking. 721. The gods, Aegis has recognized the validity of Medea's complaints, verses 703 ff, and she has become his suppliant, verses 709-10, so he feels he has a moral duty to her. At the human level, too, as he admits, verses 711-12, he has a powerful motive for enlisting her help. 725-31 I follow the traditional order of lines as they appear in most manuscripts. Diggle suppresses 725-6 and rearranges as follows 729-727-728-730, the scheme of one papyrus, but with this order the explanatory for I wish to incur no blame, v 730, remains unmotivated. 726 I'm not willing to escort you from this land. He probably feels that to do so might involve him in animosity with Corinth's rulers. More likely, however, the point is introduced to provide an excuse for Medea to show her self-reliance and arrange a spectacular exit on her own. 731 Your faithfulness, once burnt, by Jason, twice shy. The plot takes an interesting detour to prolong the scene and also, incidentally, demonstrate Medea's hard-nosed practicality. You might become their friend, a summons from them might make you yield, for my claims are weak, whereas they have both wealth and royal power. Aegis I well understand why you are making this request. If you wish, I do not refuse to take an oath, it will mean greater safety for me, to have something to show your enemies as a plea, and it makes your case more secure. Name your gods. Medea swear by the soil of earth and sun, the father of my father, and add the rest of the race of gods. Aegis to do or not do what? Speak further. Medea never to drive me out of your land yourself or, if an enemy wants to take me off, not to allow it willingly while you live. Aegis, I swear by earth, the holy light of the sun, and all the gods, to abide by what you say. Medea, enough. And to suffer what if you do not abide? Aegis, the sort of things that happen to impious men. Medea, farewell, go on your way. All is well. I shall come to your city by the quickest means when I've done what I intend and got what I wish. Medea 47 740 745 750 755 745. Name your gods, a standard procedure in oath-taking. The solemnity of the undertaking is enhanced and Medea gets a chance to refer to her illustrious divine ancestry, verses 746 to 749. Never to drive me out of your land yourself. As noted in the introduction, Medea's life at Athens was to be anything but smooth. In fact, since Aegis later expelled her from Athens for trying to poison Theseus, he, like Jason, became an oath-breaker. 758. When I've done what I intend, an ominous hint of what is to follow. 48. Medea chorus, to Aegis, may Lord Hermes escort her bring you home, and may you accomplish 760 what you eagerly hope to obtain, for you are a noble man, Aegis, as far as I can judge. Exit Aegis. Medea, O Zeus and justice of Zeus and light of the sun, to chorus, now, my friends, sweet victory over enemies 765 will be mine. I've set out along the road. Now there's hope of paying out my enemies. The one thing missing this man has provided, a safe harbor after our plans are achieved. I'll make fast my mooring line to him 770 when I come to Athena's town and citadel. Now I shall tell you exactly what I'm planning, you'll hear, but not rejoice at what I say. I'll send one from among my servants to Jason and ask that he come to see me face to face, 775. And when he comes, I'll speak soft words to him. I agree to what he wants and think it fine for him to give me up and marry a princess, a suitable plan and well devised by him. I'll beg him for my children to remain 780, not because I want to leave my sons in a hostile land for enemies to insult, 759. Hermes escorter, one of the standard epithets of the god's messenger, especially as escorter of dead souls to the underworld. 764 ff. With Aegis' solemn promise to give her asylum, if she can get to Athens herself, the missing link in Medea's intended chain of vengeance has been forged and put in place. Success is now at last within her grasp and she allows herself to gloat as she works out details of her murderous plan and begins to savor the evil fruits of success. 764 O Zeus and justice of Zeus and light of the sun. Solemn prayers of this kind usually involved naming three divinities. Zeus is summoned as Supreme Olympian, see verses 169, with note, 332. Justice, sometimes personified as Zeus' daughter, means for Medea simply vengeance on those who have wronged her. She had called on justice under the name of Themis earlier, v 160, and cf verses 209 to 10, 578 and below 1389, when it will be Jason's turn. The sun is the purest and most powerful of natural elements, as well as her grandfather. The prayer sounds, and is meant to sound, almost sacrilegious. 770 Make fast my mooring line, a nautical image, cf verses 278 to 9 with note, 523 to 4. But merely to snare and kill the king's daughter. The children I'll send off to the bride with gifts in their hands, asking not to go into exile, a fine textured robe and a golden garland, and if she takes the adornment and puts it on, she and all who touch the girl will die, such is the poison with which I'll anoint the gifts. There, I'm finished with that part of the plot, but, she groans, I moan for the kind of task that I must proceed to accomplish, for I shall put the children to death, my children. No one will save them from me. When I have utterly ruined all Jason's house, I shall leave the country, accused of my dear children's murder, and having dared the unholiest of deeds. To chorus, for to be laughed at by enemies is intolerable, friends. Medea 49 785 790 795 782 Diggle follows Brunk in deleting this verse on the basis of its similarity to verses 1060 to 1 below, but I feel this is unnecessary. I likewise retain 785. 789. Such is the poison. Medea's magic powers were hinted at in the matter of Pelias' daughters, verses 386 to 7, 504 to 5, and alluded to by her openly when she promised to help Aegis overcome his sterility, v. 718. Here the full range of her magic is revealed. She has preparations which render garments incendiary when they come in contact with the skin, and to which anyone who touches them will adhere. See verses 1212 ff below. 791 to 2. The kind of task, to accomplish, she uses heroic language. To overcome her natural sympathies as a mother and kill her children will require a perverted kind of bravery. 792. I shall put the children to death. Critics vary in their opinions about when exactly Medea decides to kill her children. My personal view is that, although the idea may have been circling around in her subconscious for some time, see, for example, the nurse's bald statement, she hates her children, v. 36, and Medea's own words at verses 112-3, it is only now that she finally determines actually to put them to death. She might, after all, have arranged to kill Jason. Threats against her husband were common knowledge, v. 288, and perhaps also the bride and her father, but she now hits upon a truly fiendish form of revenge. Jason's dynastic plans, at least as regards his children by her, will be thwarted, and she will wound him most painfully by using the considerable love which she knows he feels for their sons. See the section beginning with v. 1303 below. But at what cost to herself? It is not a casual decision, and she will several times come close to abandoning her resolve. See verses 1040 and following, below. 797. To be laughed at by enemies, as already noted, verses 383 with note, 404, and cf. below v. 1049, it was a characteristic of the ancient Greeks, especially males, to avoid anything that might contribute to loss of face. 50. Medea. So what profit for me in living, who have no country, no home, no shelter from misfortune? I made a mistake then in leaving the house 800 of my father and putting faith in a Greek man's words. I'll punish him with God's help. The children he had by me he'll never see alive, and those he hopes for by his new bride he'll not be able to beget, for she is evil. 805. And evil must her death be by my poisons. Let no one think of me as poor or weak or retiring, but quite the contrary, a millstone around my enemies' necks, a boon to my friends. The lives of people like that are most renowned. 810. Chorus leader. You shared your innermost thoughts with us, and so, wishing as much to support society's laws as to aid you, I tell you to give up your plan. Medea. It cannot be otherwise. I understand why you speak thus. You were not mistreated, as I was. 815. Chorus leader. But how will you dare to kill your offspring, woman? Medea. Because it is this that will sting my man most. 798. What profit for me in living? Life has lost its meaning to her, or, less probably, she might even be fleetingly thinking of suicide. I do not accept Diggle's deletion of verses 798 to 9, following Leo. 801. A Greek man's. This is her retort to Jason's absurd claims that he benefited her in bringing her to Greece, verses 536 to 7. 799 to 802. Who have no country, I made a mistake, I'll punish him. She returns to these well-worn themes of what she has sacrificed, perhaps to confirm her resolve to seek such terrible retribution from the one whom she holds responsible. 810. The lives of people like that are most renowned. Medea once again projects herself into a vanished heroic past. What she forgets is that these heroes' actions in sacrificing everything to their self-esteem, cf. Achilles, often brought misery to those around them and sometimes death to themselves, cf. Ajax. 813. I tell you to give up your plan. Their opposition had been foreseen by Medea, v. 773, but this must strike us as a weak response to Medea's statement that she intends to murder the princess and whoever touches her, and then commit infanticide. Euripides is prepared to sacrifice realism here. They will not intervene, because the plot require that they should not, so why even try? Chorus leader, you'll only end up being the most miserable of women. Medea, so be it. From now on your speech is superfluous. Go, you, to the nurse, and bring Jason to me, for I entrust to you all important tasks. Tell him nothing of what I've decided to do, if you wish your mistress well, and are a woman. Third choral ode. The Athenians, Erechtheus' sons, have long been blessed, the gods' own children they are, and sprung from a sacred land that no invader has ever despoiled. They browse long among thoughts sage and famous, treading always delicately through crystalline air. Medea 51 820 a 825 830 818. The most miserable of women, this puts every person's case most clearly. No normal woman would act thus, for the prospect of such great remorse would forestall her. Medea is extraordinary beyond comprehension even in this, her ability to suppress normal humans' instincts of motherhood. 823 And are a woman, Medea had similarly appealed to the female instincts of the chorus at verses 407 to 8 above. Third choral ode, 824 to 865. The first part of the song is mainly a hymn of praise to Athens, the gentle beauty of its landscape and its humane virtues, in short, its civilization, a not inappropriate theme to present to an audience which was to face war with Sparta within months. It is a shocking contradiction for so glorious a city to provide shelter to one who could contemplate such a heinous crime. In the last stanza they at last give voice to their horror and disbelief at what she intends, see note on v 813 above. 824 Erechtheus' sons. Erechtheus was an early king of Athens. The Athenians were often referred to as his descendants, see next note. 826 to 7 Sprung from a sacred land that no invader has ever despoiled, it was a constant boast by the Athenians, made even by Thucydides, that their country had never been subject to immigration or invasion from abroad. According to their nationalistic mythology, they were descended from Erechthonios, often confused or identified with Erechtheus, who was the son of Hephaestus and Gaia, Mother Earth. So they were literally indigenous, native sons. 828 They browse long among thoughts. Athenians also liked to think of themselves as having long traditions of indigenous poetry and philosophy. In fact, before 500 BC Athens had little native talent of this type, and even after, many philosophers and literary persons who practiced there were foreigners. 830 to 1 Through crystalline air, the bright violet-hued atmosphere of Athens was renowned, and often served as a theme for poetry. 52 Medea, where once, it is said, the Holy Nine, Pieria's muses created harmony, the golden-haired. They celebrate in song how Aphrodite, drawing water at fair-flowing Cephissus, sent moderate breezes sweetly blowing over the land, how she always puts on her hair a fragrant garland of roses and sends the loves to be wisdom's partners to share all her manifold tasks and bring forth with her virtue of every kind. Streams, A1 835 840 845 How, then, can a city of sacred rivers, one that welcomes friends, receive you, a child slayer, the unholy inhabitant? Consider the stroke at your young, consider the killing you plan. We all beseech you, beg you in every way, do not slay your children. B 850 855 Where will you get the nerve, B1 the heart of steel that can bring you? 833. Pieria's muses. Pieria in southern Macedonia, north of Mt. Olympus, was the site of an important cult of the muses, and according to some accounts they were born there. 833 to 4 Muses created harmony. The Greek is ambiguous, and some have understood it in the opposite sense. Harmony gave birth to the muses. The Greek word order favors the interpretation given, which is pages. The meaning is in any case metaphorical, for the standard genealogies of both the muses and harmony were quite different. 835 to 41 Aphrodite sends the loves, a much prettier and less threatening picture than at verses 629 ff 836. Cephissus, with the Ilissus, one of the two major rivers of Athens. 842 Wisdom's partners. Wisdom is personified as a goddess, as often 850 inhabitant, I translate Lueck's conjecture, accepted by Diggle, the manuscripts have among others. 857 Heart of Steel, the text is defective here and my translation is makeshift. To such a deed of terrible daring? When your eyes gaze on the children, how will you hold back tears for their slaying? You won't be able, when the children beg at your knees, to dip your hand boldly in their blood. Enter Jason. Jason, I've come as bidden. For all your ill will I couldn't refuse you this at least, but let me hear what new request you have to make of me. Medea. Jason, I'm asking you to forgive the things I said before. It's natural that you should put up with my moods, for the many intimacies we shared. I started to go over it all in my mind and rebuked myself. Wretched woman, why do I rage and rail at those who plan well? I shall only incur the wrath of the land's rulers and my husband, who is doing his very best for us by making a royal marriage and fathering kin for my children. Should I not put aside my anger? What's the matter? The gods are good. Don't I have children? Don't I know that we were outcasts from Thessaly and had no friends? I thought this over and saw how very stupid I'd been, how foolish the anger that filled me. But now I praise you and think you were self-controlled. Medea 53 860 865 870 875 880 860. When your eyes gaze, a very touching picture, full of poignant emotion, see note on V101. To this kind of appeal Medea seems to be impervious. 873 to 81 Wretched woman, had no friends. This remarkable monologue, in a long tradition of such lively addresses to oneself, serves a double purpose. It takes Jason off his guard, as intended, but also ironically shows us the kind of normal woman Medea might have been. For the position she voices here is one which any ordinary Greek woman would probably have adopted under the circumstances, realistically assessing her resources, and making the best of what she had. Medea's matter-of-fact tone reminds us how extraordinary a person she is. 884 Self-control. Sophron. Medea echoes a word which Jason had primly used of himself. V 549, it is the same root as the personified restraint, moderation, of V 636. She uses the antonym, aphron, in 885, which could be rendered loss of self-control. The irony is that, in manipulating her husband, she is totally in control of her amorous self, in contrast with the early days when he had swept her away. 54 Medea. To take on this marriage for us, it was I who lost 885 my control, when I ought rather to have joined in the scheme and helped bring it off, to have stood by the bed, and taken pleasure in welcoming your new bride. But we are what we are. I won't say that we're bad, we women, so you mustn't be bad just to get even 890 with us, nor oppose us with folly for folly. I ask your forgiveness. I admit I was stupid then, but now I've changed my plans for the better. Oh children, children, come here, come out of the house, embrace your father. 895 Talk to him with me, children enter with tutor, lay aside with your mother the anger we bore him. Let us be friends. Children embrace Jason, a truce has been called. Our anger is all gone. Take my right hand in yours. Aside, the harm. I'm thinking about the harm that still lies hidden. 900, the children gather round and embrace her. My dears, will you reach out your arms like this when you have lived a long life, oh miserable? I'm on the verge of tears and full of terror. The long-standing quarrel with your father is over, now tears are rolling down your tender cheeks. 905 Chorus from my eyes, too, fresh tears spring. I hope the harm proceeds no further than now. 886 I ought rather to have joined in the scheme, etc. She is, to our way of thinking, laying it on a bit thickly, perhaps to show up Jason's obtuseness. 889 to 90 We are what we are, women. Once again Medea plays on the dependent position of women, see verses 407 to 9 and 823 with note. Her aside, I won't say that we're bad, seems on the surface at least to conflict with her earlier statement at verses 408 to 902. When you have lived a long life, her words strike a particularly pathetic note in view of her plan to kill them, or her resolution may be slightly faltering. 905. Your tender cheeks. The Greek text leaves open whose cheeks are being referred to, and some have interpreted them as Medea's own, but, as Page remarks, Medea could not refer thus to her own appearance, at such a moment. 907. I hope the harm proceeds no farther, an ominously muted statement, in view of their knowledge of Medea's intentions. Medea 55. Jason, I find no fault with your actions now, or then, for it's natural that the woman species get angry when husbands import new brides in beside them. 910. But your heart has now taken a turn for the better. You've recognized, at long last, the winning plan, the thing a woman of self-control would do. He addresses the children. For you, boys, your father has carefully arranged a plan that will bring safety, with the gods' help. 915. I think you'll hold first place in Corinth with your brothers, the ones who are still to come. Just grow up strong, the rest your father will manage, and whichever of the gods is on our side, I want to see you grow up big and strong. 920. And gain the upper hand over my enemies. Medea breaks down and weeps. Jason turns to her, and you, why do you turn your fair cheek away? Why shed such abundant tears? Were you not pleased to hear what I just said? Medea, it's nothing. I was thinking about these children. 925. Jason, cheer up, then, for I'll take good care of them. Medea, very well, then, I don't distrust your words, but a woman is womanish and prone to tears. Jason, I don't understand why you are weeping so much for these children. 910. Import new brides, a commercial metaphor. 913. A woman of self-control, see note on v. 884. 915 to 919. With the gods' help, whichever of the gods is on our side. Is this just conventional piety on Jason's part, or is it meant to show some lingering fear, as he deals with a woman such as he knows Medea to be? In any case, as it turns out, her powerful malevolence will overcome any help the traditional gods might have offered him. 920 to 1. I want to see you, a standard piece of tragic irony, in light of the sequel, among his enemies v. 921, of course, first and foremost stands Medea. 928. A woman is womanish. Here the thought seems perfectly straightforward and, from Medea, ironic, she is being her natural self. 56. Medea, I bore them. When you were praying that they live. 930. Pity came over me whether this would happen. She pulls herself together. Still, the reasons why I wanted you to come, some I've already mentioned, here are the rest. The rulers have decided to send me from the country. And it's best for me, too, I know it well. 935. Not to be in your way or those in authority here, I am thought of as the family enemy. All right, then, I'll go from this land into exile, but in order that you bring up the children yourself, ask Creon that they not go into exile. 940. Jason, I don't know if he'll listen, but I'll try. Medea, instruct the woman you married, then, to beg her father not to drive them into exile. Jason, yes, and I expect she will persuade him, especially if she's a woman like the rest. 945. Medea, I, too, will join with you in this task. I'll send her gifts, by far the most beautiful now in existence, of this I'm quite certain. 948. The children will take them. She turns to the servants. Go, tell an attendant 950 to bring the outfit here as quickly as possible. She'll think herself lucky, not once but 1,000 times. 939. That you bring up the children yourself, a masterstroke by Medea. She appeals to his fatherly instincts. It also serves as a prelude, an excuse for her use of the boys as intermediaries in taking the gifts to the princess. 945. If she's a woman like the rest, I follow Diggle in assigning this line to Jason, with the preceding, but in some manuscripts it is given to Medea. If it is spoken by Jason, it once again shows him ready to think in stereotypes. 946 Join, in this task, she uses a heroic turn of phrase, see verses 791-2. 949 This line has been omitted from the translation, it is repeated from 786, a fine textured robe and a golden garland. Medea 57 For having God as her bedmate the best of men, and getting besides adornments which the sun god, my father's father, gave to his descendants. A servant brings out a chest. Take these wedding gifts in your hands, children, give them to the lucky royal bride, her dowry gifts in no way to be despised. Jason But why, foolish woman, deprive yourself of them? Do you think the royal house lacks robes, or gold? Keep them, don't give these things away. For if the woman thinks me worth anything she will place me above wealth, I am certain. Medea I disagree, even gods have their price they say, and gold for men is worth 1,000 words. The spirit of luck is with her, God makes her fortune grow. She is young, and a princess. To spare my children exile, I'd give life not only gold. Go children, to her father's wealthy home and supplicate the young wife, my mistress, beg her not to exile you from the land. Give her this finery, and be especially careful that she take the gifts in her hands herself. Go, quickly. Bring the news to your mother that you have succeeded in what she longs to obtain. Exit all except Medea and Chorus. Fourth Choral Ode No hope remains, no hope at all, that the children can live, they have gone to their deaths. 955 960 965 970 975 A 962. For if the woman thinks me worth anything, in Jason's own mind, of course, there is no doubt, for he is sure that he is beyond price in his new bride's eyes. 964 Even gods have their price, a proverb. 968 I'd give life, whose life? The ambiguity is perhaps calculated. 970 My mistress, a new and false note of submissiveness on Medea's part. 975 In what she longs to obtain, ominous, as often with closing lines in this type of scene. Fourth Choral Ode, 976, 1001, Now that Medea's evil plan seems to be going forward, the chorus heighten the emotions of horror and revulsion at the impending crime. They picture, first, Creon's daughter as she is about to put on the beautiful but deadly gifts. Next, they lament the disaster which, in entering this marriage, Jason has brought on Corinth's royal family. As 58 Medea the bride will receive a crown of gold, a crown of death. Poor girl, around her golden hair will place hell's own jewel, with her own hands. The lovely immortal gleam will persuade her to put on the robe and golden crown, a bride she will be among the dead. Into such a trap she will fall, into such a deadly fate. Poor girl, for death she will no way escape. Poor man! Cursed bridegroom of princes! You don't realize you are bringing destruction to your children, and hateful death to your wife. Poor wretch, how blind you are to your fate! I lament next your grief, poor mother of children whom you are killing because of your husband's bride, children he lawlessly left to marry another bride. Children and tutor enter, tutor madam, the children do not have to go into exile, the royal bride gladly took the gifts in her hands, there's peace, now, with her and the children. He looks at her directly, why are you so disturbed when you've succeeded? 980 A1 985 B 990 995 B1 1000 1005 well as on his own sons. Finally, they express sympathy for Medea and for the pain and sorrow which they imagine await her if she indeed proceeds with the killing of her children. From a moral point of view, what follows is the central scene in the play. There is still a chance that, even after killing the princess, Medea will not go through with her plan to murder her sons. The dramatist shows great skill not only in keeping us in suspense until the last possible moment, but in plumbing the depths of a mother's agonized soul as she makes and unmakes her resolve to commit this unthinkable crime. 1003-4 Took the gifts in her hands, just as Medea had instructed the children, verses 972-3. Medea 59 Medea Tutor, a cry like that does not conform to my news. 1008 Medea, I cry aloud again. Tutor, does my news mean something I'm not aware of, something bad? 1010 Medea, you've brought the news you've brought. I don't blame you. Tutor, why, then, is your gaze downcast and weeping? Medea, I've good reason to be, old man. These things the gods and I have done malevolently. Tutor, take heart, you'll journey back with the children's help. 1015 Medea Others I'll send on a journey first. Tutor, you're not the only woman to lose her children. A human must try to bear misfortune lightly. Medea, I'll do as you say, but go inside the house. 1006-7. These lines have been omitted from the translation, for they duplicate verses 923-4, where they seem far more suitable. 1013-4 These things the gods and I have done. Why does Medea bring the gods in to explain her action? Is it just a manner of speaking, or does she perhaps believe that there is a destiny that the Corinthian royal house, Jason, her children, and she herself are fulfilling? 1015-16. You'll journey back, send on a journey first. The translation does not catch the important ambiguity in the Greek verbs with prefix kot, which denotes both down and return. The words can mean, come from exile, or, the sense Medea uses, sent down, to Hades. 1018 A human must try to bear misfortune. This maxim, or variant, is very frequently found in Greek thought. 1019 I'll do as you say. Once again, Medea's words are ambiguous. Does she mean simply to dismiss the tutor's sententiousness, I know, I'll try, to bear my fate lightly, or is the accent rather on lightly? Medea has, as she thinks, devised a diabolical means of escape from her misfortunes? 60 Medea, and see that the children get whatever they need. 1020, Tutor exits. Children, children, you'll have a city and home in which you'll live deprived of me, your mother, whom you'll leave behind in her misery, but I shall go to another land, an exile, without the pleasure of seeing you prosperous. 1025 Without arranging a marriage, decking the bed, holding the wedding torch as a mother should. Oh, miserable I am for my inflexible will. For nothing, then, my children, I tended you, for nothing I labored and wore myself down with toil. 1030 Enduring harsh labor pains at your births. Oh, the hopes I had once for you were many, that you would keep me in old age and, when I died, deck me out properly, a sight for men to envy. Now, it's gone. 1035 That sweet concern. Without the two of you I shall drag out a grievous and painful life. And you will never again see with your dear eyes your mother in this life, when your life has changed. O God! Why do you turn your eyes to me? 1040 Children. Why smile this final smile? What should I do? I have no heart. 1021-2. A city and home in which you'll live. Some critics see this as having a sinister implication, dwelling place in the underworld. 1026 Without arranging a marriage. This was a commonplace of mothers who were about to die. Alcestis on her deathbed speaks thus to her children. Alcestis 317-9. The interesting thing about the present passage is that the clichés would naturally be taken to mean the children will be without their mother, CV 1022, deprived of me, but they take on a horrible hidden meaning when we realize that what will bring about this sad state of affairs is not Medea's being removed from her children, but her removal of them, by killing them. 1028 My inflexible will. The nurse had earlier referred to Medea's self-willed mind, v 104, and Jason had accused her of acting stubbornly, v 621. This inflexibility, stubbornness, is one of Medea's distinguishing features. 1033 That you would keep me in old age. The ancient Greeks thought it a primary duty of children to support their aged parents. 1038 You will never see your mother. 1040. Why do you turn your eyes? 1043. See the bright eyes. See verses 101 and 860, with notes. The ancients thought that there was something special and uncanny about vision, and in poetry the eyes are often spoken of as a person's quintessential identifying mark. Women, when I see the bright eyes of the children, I cannot. Goodbye to those plans made before. I shall take my children from the land. Why should I harm them, to hurt their father, when I would harm myself twice as much? No, I will not. Farewell to my plans. And yet, what's wrong? Do I want to be laughed at for letting my enemies off scot-free? The deed must be done. How cowardly of me even to let soft thoughts into my mind. Go into the house, children, they leave. The one for whom it is not right to attend the sacrifice beware. But I shall not spoil my work. Ah! Ah! Do not, my spirit, do not do this deed. Let them live, O wretched. Spare the children. Alive there with us they will gladden you. No, by those avenging demons in Hades it is impossible that this should happen, to leave my children to my enemies to mistreat. The thing is completely fixed, there is no escape. Already the crown on her head, wrapped in the robe, the princess bride dies. I know it for certain, but now I am setting out on a painful road. Medea 61 1045 1050 1055 1060 1061 1064 1065 1049. Do I want to be laughed at? We have already heard Medea dreading the prospect of her enemies gloating over her reverses. See verses 383, 404 and 767. 1052 Soft thoughts. Such signs of weakness are repugnant to Medea, although she was prepared to make a pretense of soft words, v. 776, when it was expedient to do so. 1053 ff. The one for whom, attend the sacrifice. Medea uses the formal language of one preparing a solemn sacrifice, with the warning to outsiders or non-adherents to the cult to depart. Here, the sacrifice is the slaying of her children. 1056 ff. Do not, my spirit, in the best poetic tradition going back at least to Archilochus in the 7th century, Medea addresses her Thumas, spirit, inner self in some contexts, even, self-consciousness as if it were an independent force driving an individual to act in a certain way. And in Medea's case this explanation is perhaps near the truth. Diggle follows Berg and Reeve in deleting the whole passage 1056-80, this seems to me unnecessary. 1059 Avenging demons, these were thought of as supernatural agents called up by victims of aggression to seek vengeance on their aggressors, sometimes they were identified with the curses of the injured party. 1062-3 Following Pearson and others, I have left these lines out of the translation, since they are repeated at verses 1240-1 below, where they seem more in place. 1065-6 Already the crown, I know it for certain, this seems to be wishful thinking on Medea's part rather than extrasensory vision of the girl's actual death. 62 Medea and sending them on one more painful still. I wish to talk to the children. She nods to an attendant to fetch them. Give, children, give your right hands to your mother to kiss. 1070 O dearest hands, lips dearest to me and form and face of my children so well born, be fortunate but there, for matters here your father has destroyed. O sweet embrace, O soft skin, most pleasant breath of my children, 1075 Go, go. They leave. I am no longer able to look upon you. I have lost out against the evils. I understand how evilly I am about to act, but my spirit is stronger than my will to resist. Spirit, the greatest cause of evil for men. 1080 Choral interlude I have often gone through subtle debates, searched the fine points of argument. 1069 ff Give, children, give your right hands, etc., a very moving account of the display of affection between parent and child, with its delineation of every detail of the children's youthful charm. The poet is exploiting to the full the poignancy of this last farewell and showing us how strong are the maternal instincts which Medea has had to suppress. 1078-80 I understand, cause of evil for men. These verses were quoted frequently by ancient moralists and became famous as an expression of the ethical problem of akrasia, weakness of will. I know the right course of action, but don't do it. 1081 to 115 Choral Interlude. The chorus, or perhaps just the chorus leader, chant a series of anapests on the theme, children are a lot of trouble and worry, and what good is it anyway if, as often happens, they die young. It is not clear that Euripides intended to do more than mark the passage of time for Medea's bizarre revenge to work itself out. There is an obvious relevance in that Medea will in fact lose her children after having expended the effort of rearing them, see verses 1029 to 31, but the irony, if intentional, seems heavy-handed. Verses 1109 to 11 imply that the children die unexpectedly from natural causes, if fate so decrees, which hardly applies to Medea's sons. It is also rather odd to have the chorus begin on such a personal and conspiratorial note, and with such high-flown language, when really all they mean in their opening verses is that they'd thought about the matter a long time and heard people discussing it. But the wisdom which their muse has shared with them is quite commonplace. Childlessness, from a certain point of view, may not be such a misfortune as is often thought. 1081 I have often gone, they mean simply that they have given the matter some thought and listened to others' varying views about it. See end of preceding note. More than befits a woman, but we, too, have a muse who shares her wisdom with us, not with all, but a small segment of women might be found to be not uncultured. My conclusion is that people who've never borne children are much happier than parents. The childless have no experience whether children bring happiness or sorrow, they don't have them. They've missed many sufferings. But those who have at home a delightful brood, I see them worn out by constant concerns, first, how to feed and raise them, and leave them enough to live on. Then, whether they're laboring for good children or bad is unclear. I'll mention one last evil, the worst of all for humans. Let's say they've successfully raised them, their children are now grown up, and they're good, then, if fate so decrees, death snatches the children away to Hades. What profit, then, if the gods add to woes this most painful grief, only for the sake of children? Medea 63 1085 1090 1095 1100 1105 1110 1115 1084. More than befits a woman, because women, in ancient Greece, were supposed to be seen sometimes but almost never heard. In other words, they were expected to maintain submissiveness and dependency on the males about them. 1085 We, too, have a muse, elevated, perhaps unjustifiably so, language. They mean, women are not brainless, as is often supposed. The tone is similar to that of the first part of the first choral ode, verses 410 ff, although the content is substantially different. 1087 Not with all, but a small segment, there is some sarcasm here, but it is not clear how strongly intended it is, nor what its exact point is. 1090 My conclusion is, after the elaborate build-up, the sequel seems rather banal. 64 Medea my friends, I've waited and watched a long time, to learn how things turned out over there. A messenger enters from stage left. He is extremely agitated. Now finally I see this man coming, one of Jason's attendants. His troubled breathing shows that he has some bad news to report. 1120 Messenger woman, you've done a terrible, criminal, thing Medea, run away. Take any conveyance, a ship or chariot, that you can. Medea What happened, then, to warrant such hasty flight? Messenger died, they've just now died. The princess 1125 and Creon her father, died because of your poisons. Medea The best possible word you could speak. You'll be forever after among my benefactors and friends. Messenger What are you saying? Are you sane, not mad, woman, who committed outrage against the royal hearth 1130 and show delight, not fear, in hearing the news? Medea I, too, am able to give an account to match yours, but take your time, my friend, tell me, then, how did they die? For twice the pleasure you'll give if they died a horrible death. 1135 1121. Diggle follows some manuscripts in omitting this line. I prefer to retain it. 1127. The best possible word, she is referring to the first word of the messenger's previous statement, died. This almost ghoulish glee that Medea takes in savoring every grisly detail of her victim's death agonies shocks and horrifies the messenger, and us. He cannot believe that she is not insane. V 1129. 1132-3. An account to match yours, her meaning is not entirely clear. Presumably she means she could justify her actions by going over yet again the tale of her mistreatment by Jason and his new in-laws. 1134-5. For twice the pleasure you'll give, a particularly macabre, and modern-sounding, touch. Messenger, when the two children whom you bore went with their father and came into the bridal quarters, we servants who were suffering with your troubles were gladdened to hear the rumor going around that you and your husband had settled your previous quarrel. One of us kissed a child's hand, another a golden head. But I, because of my joy, followed the children into the women's quarters. The mistress whom we now respect in your place, before she saw your two children come in, kept her gaze eagerly fixed on Jason, but then she held her veil before her eyes and turned her white cheek in the other direction, out of loathing at the children's entry. Your husband tried to dispel the girl's livid anger by saying to her, "Please don't be angry at dear ones, put aside your wrath and turn your head, please consider my loved ones yours as well. Take the gifts and, as a favor to me, ask your father to save these children from exile." The girl, when she saw the finery, couldn't resist, but agreed to all her husband's requests, and he and your sons had not proceeded far from the palace, when she took and put on the embroidered dress and placed the golden tiara upon her locks, arranging her hair in a brightly reflecting mirror, and smiling at her body's lifeless image she saw. Then she got up from her chair and walked around the house, skipping lightly with delicate feet, thoroughly pleased with the gifts, again and again looking behind to make sure the hem was straight. What happened from here on was a terrible sight. Her fair skin began to change. She stumbled. Medea 65 1140 1145 1150 1155 1160 1165 1136 to 1230. The messenger follows Medea's instructions to take his time, for his account fills almost 100 lines. For grim realism and horrible detail, it is matched only by the messenger's account of the killing of Pentheus in Bacchae, see, there, verses 1043 ff, especially 1114-52. 1146 kept her gaze eagerly fixed on Jason. It appears, then, that if for Jason the marriage was a calculated act of self-interest, for his bride it was a love match. 1155 Ask your father. He is thus following Medea's instructions, verses 942-3. 1162 Her body's lifeless image, ironical, in view of what will soon befall. 66 Medea sideways, her body shook. She hardly managed to reach her chair without falling flat on the floor. 1171 Of her old serving women, supposing that a fit of Pan or some other god was upon her, shouted out, then saw around her mouth the white foam oozing, the eyes in their sockets rolling wildly, the color all gone from her skin. 1175 Then, in place of her earlier cry, she let out a long wail. At once a maid rushed to her father's quarters, another to tell the new husband of his bride's misfortune. The whole house resounded with pounding of running people's feet. 1180 Before a swift runner could have run his course and come back to the starting point, the girl came out of her faint, opened her eyes and let out a terrible moan in her misery. For a double agony was now assaulting her. 1185 First the gold diadem which lay upon her head sent out a remarkable stream of devouring flame, and also her fine wrought robe, your children's gift, was tearing the white skin of the unfortunate girl. She got up from her chair and ran, all on fire, 1190, shaking her hair and her head this way, that way, trying to cast off the crown. But fixed fast the gold binding held, and the fire, as she shook her hair, simply flared up twice as strong. She fell to the floor, overmastered by her misfortune, 1195, unrecognizable to anyone but a parent. The usual look of her eyes could not be seen, nor her lovely face, but down from the top of her head was dripping blood all mixed together with fire. And from her bones the flesh oozed like resin, 1200, rent by the poison's hidden jaws. It was a dreadful sight. For all of us were afraid to touch the corpse. What happened to her was a lesson. 1172, a fit of pan. Such occurrences, especially sudden and violent reactions in an individual or group, were attributed to Pan, hence the word panic. 1196, unrecognizable to anyone but a parent, a pathetic touch, which also prepares the way for her father's entry and emotional reaction. 1197 to 1200, down from the top of her head, blood all mixed together with fire, flesh oozed like resin, vivid, but perhaps overstepping the bounds of good taste and with more than a touch of grand guignol, theatre of horror. Medea 67, her father, poor wretch unaware of the disaster, burst into the house and fell upon the corpse. 1205, at once he groaned and threw his arms around her, kissed her and spoke as follows: My unlucky child, which divinity destroyed you so shamefully? Which one deprives my aged tomb of you? O God, I wish I could die with you, child. 1210, when he had brought his sobs and laments to an end and tried to make his aged body rise, he stuck fast to her woven garments like ivy to branches of bay, and there was terrible wrestling. He wanted to get up on his knees and rise, 1215, but she held fast. If he used force and pulled, he tore the aged flesh from his bones in shreds. Finally the ill-starred man gave up the ghost and expired. The suffering was too much for him. They lie now, corpses, child and aged father, 1220 together, a calamity that calls for tears. No account need be taken of your situation, for you will devise an escape from punishment. I have often considered the human condition a shadow, and I would not hesitate to say that those 1225 who seem to be wise and concern themselves with learning, these risk being called the biggest fools. For no mortal man is truly blessed. When wealth flows one may have more luck than another, but is not for that reason blessed. 1230, 1204 ff. Her father, poor wretch. In a sense the scene has been building to this encounter between loving father and doomed daughter. One aspect of the children theme thus reaches its grim conclusion. 1209, my aged tomb, a bold metaphor, and touched with irony, for he soon will be as dead as a tomb. 1210, I wish I could die with you. Again, the phrase is laced with irony. 1213 to 14, like ivy to branches of bay, the image, for all its poignancy, seems overdone. 1216 to 17, if he used force, from his bones in shreds, see my note on verses 1197 to 1200. The Greek word translated tore, in shreds is regularly used to describe the rending of an animal victim in the frenzied rites of Dionysus. 1221, this verse, deleted by Diggle, following Reeve, seems to me unobjectionable. 1224, the human condition a shadow, a very frequent image in Greek poetry to describe the transitoriness of human happiness and its susceptibility to reversals. The sententiousness of these concluding lines by the messenger, to 1230, may be offensive to modern tastes, but they are a quite conventional aspect of this type of speech, and for all their being truisms, they are true, and timelessly so. Bacchae verses 1150 to 2 is a similar close. 68 Medea chorus. It seems that fate has inflicted on Jason today a mass of sufferings, but with justification. Poor girl, Creon's daughter, how you stir our pity, who have gone to Hades' halls in death on account of your marriage bond with Jason. Medea, my friends, I have decided to kill the children without delay and quickly depart from this country. I shall not, by delaying, give my children over to another more unfriendly hand to murder. In any case, their death is inevitable, and since it is, I who gave them birth shall kill them. Up then! Arm yourself, my heart! Why wait to do the dreadful evil that must be done? Come, my wretched hand, take up the sword, take it and go to life's goal of grief. Do not be cowardly, do not remember the children, how dear they are, how you bore them, for this short day at least forget all about your children, then grieve. For even if you kill them, still, you bore them, you loved them. I am an unlucky woman. 5th Choral Ode. Earth and Dazzling 1235 1240 1245 1250 A 1234-5 have gone to Hades' halls in death, a standard image applied to, among other Greek heroines, Antigone. Diggle in fact follows Vey in deleting verses 1233-5. 1238-9 I shall not give my children over to another. In a sense, Medea's hand has been forced by her having employed them to kill the princess. For the version of the story in which her children actually were slain by the people of Corinth, in retribution for the murder of their royal family, see Introduction. 1245 Life's goal of grief, an athletic metaphor. 1246-50 Do not remember the children, I am an unlucky, etc. We are left with an impression of Medea the mother, whose instincts of nurture and protection of her young, though suppressed and perhaps perverted, nevertheless still run deep within her. The messenger at v1229 had made the point of what an ephemeral thing good luck is. For Medea it has entirely passed, and what awaits her is a life of misery. v 1245. 5th Choral Ode, 1251-1292, as often the chorus sing a song to cover the decisive action occurring off stage. Stanzas A and A1, pitched at a high emotional level as they are, contain, besides textual uncertainties, phrases whose meaning is ambiguous, but the overall sense is clear. Since the sun's divine blood flows in Medea's veins, see, e.g., v 406, murdering her children is sacrilegious. What is the point of having born children, if you later kill them? Such a great crime calls for divine vengeance. The third stanza, b, is interrupted by dialogue from the boys within, as they are being murdered. This seems a particularly grisly touch. In Medea 69 Ray of sun, look down on this murderous woman. Keep her from laying a bloody hand on her own children. From your golden race she sprang, we are afraid that a god's blood may flow because of men's misdeeds. Stop her, prevent it, O God-given light, drive from the house the wretched, murderous fury of vengeance. Empty your labor, a one of childbirth, empty now and gone, lost the lovely offspring you bore when you left the straits unwelcoming, the dark and clashing rocks. Poor woman! Why does your heart's bile flow, resulting in violent death? Grievous the pollution of kin blood spilt, it stirs up answering woes from heaven to assault their houseboy, within. Ah! Chorus, do you hear, the children's cry? Be, O miserable unfortunate woman! 1255 1260 1265 1271 270 A 1273 1274 Stanza B1 The chorus scour the traditional tales for an analogue to such a horrendous crime, and can only come up with one, the case of Ino. 1251-2 Earth, ray of sun, two powerful primal elements, personified, to whom characters often appeal in tense situations, even in preference to the Olympian gods. An appeal to the sun is additionally appropriate, since Medea is his granddaughter. 1260 Fury of vengeance, Medea seems to be identified with the Erinyes, or Fury, an earth goddess who with her sisters avenged crimes against family members or others of dependent status. Of vengeance, the text here is uncertain, but there seems to be a reference to the Alastor, or avenging demon, see note on v 1059. 1261 Empty your labor, etc. They echo a sentiment expressed earlier by Medea herself. See verses 1029 ff. 1263-4 The straits unwelcoming, and clashing rocks, CV2 above, with note. 1268-70 The meaning of the Greek text here is exceedingly unclear, but the main ideas seem to be as I have given them in the translation. 1270 ff. I give Diggle's line ordering, and numeration. 70 Medea boy oh, what should I do? Where run from mother's attack? Dash, another voice, I don't know, dearest brother. We're slain. Chorus Should I go into the house? I think I should try to save the children from death. Boy Yes, by the gods, save us. We are in need. Other, for now the netted sword is near us, strikes. Chorus Wretched woman, you must have been rock or iron to kill the children seedlings you bore with a doom which you inflicted. Of one woman, one only I have heard that she cast her hand at her own dear children, Ino maddened by God, when Zeus' wife expelled her from home to wander. She impiously killed her children and leapt, poor wretch, into the sea, stepping over an ocean cliff, dying with the 2 children she slew. What, I ask, could be more terrible? Oh, the suffering that women's love life brings. The harm done among humans, 1271 1272 1275 1280 B1 1285 1290 1278. The netted sword, probably not literal, but a metaphor, we are caught in a trap, consisting in, the sword. Note the convention that killing was not actually depicted on the Greek stage here comes close to being broken, since the boy's vivid account and blood-curdling shrieks make us feel we are actually present at the murder. 1279-80 You must have been rock. The point is made yet again that Medea is something inhuman, an elemental force of nature, CV 29 and elsewhere. 1284 Ino, about whom Euripides also wrote a tragedy, was a daughter of Cadmus of Thebes and the typical evil stepmother to her husband Athamas' children by his first marriage. In punishment the goddess Hera drove her mad and, after killing one of her sons by Athamas, she leapt with the other into the sea. There were other examples of mythical mothers who slew their children e.g. Procne and Agave, but these are conveniently ignored so the chorus can make the point that there was one woman, one only, who had acted as terribly as Medea. 1284-5 Zeus' wife expelled her, Hera, who had befriended Athamas' children. The implication is that, as noted above, she drove Ino insane. 1291-2 The chorus ends its song by drawing a general conclusion, not only from Ino's case but also Medea's. Compare Jason's oversimplification, verses 569 ff. Jason rushes in. Jason women, who stand in attendance near this house, is the one who did these terrible things. Medea, still at home, or has she made good her escape? She must now either hide beneath the earth or take wing and fly up to heaven's height to avoid reprisals from the household of the king. Is she sure she can kill the princes of the land, and then escape from this house, free and unpunished? Still, I care less for her than for the children. She will fall victim in turn to those she wronged. I have come, however, to save my children's lives, to keep the king's family from making them pay for the foul murder committed by their mother. Chorus leader Poor Jason. You do not know what evil you're in, or else you wouldn't have spoken like that. Jason, what is it? I suppose she wants to kill me, too. Chorus leader Your children are dead. Their mother's hand killed them. Jason what are you saying? You've destroyed me, woman. Chorus leader Realize finally that your children are no more. Jason, where did she kill them? Inside or outside the house? Medea 71 1295 1300 1305 1310, Jason rushes in. It is noteworthy that in this final scene Jason is portrayed as far more believably human, even sympathetic, than he has been up until now. Suffering seems to have ennobled him, or at least to have made him less pompous. 1297 Take wing and fly. Jason has no idea how close he is to describing the way in which Medea actually will escape. 1301 I care less for her than for the children. He does not come in saying what she did to my bride. We are about to discover how much Jason really cares for his sons. 1304-5 Making them pay for the foul murder. Such possible reprisals had been envisaged by Medea, verses 1238-9. 1310 You've destroyed me, woman, he addresses Medea, although he cannot see her. 72 Medea chorus leader If you open the doors you will see your children's bodies. Jason shouts, attendants, unlock the bolts as fast as you can, release the latches, let me see the double evil, the victims, their killer whom I'll punish. Medea appears on the roof in a chariot. Medea, why are you trying to move and unbar the gates, seeking the corpses and me who made them so? Stop your exertions. If you need something from me, tell me what you want, you shall never touch me. This chariot here my father's father, the sun god has given to me, to ward off my enemy's might. Jason, you hateful creature! Woman by far most loathsome, to gods, to me, and to the entire human race, a mother, you had the nerve to thrust a sword into your children, thus making me a childless ruin, and doing this, you look upon the sun and earth though daring the foulest of crimes? Go to damnation! My sense has returned, though then I lacked it when I took you from home in a foreign land and brought you to a Greek home, a great evil, betrayer of your father and the land that gave you birth. The gods have inflicted your avenger against me. 1315 1320 1325 1330 1317 Medea's appearance above, on the roof of the stage building or suspended from the so-called machine, comes as a shock, to the audience as well as to Jason. Although from her remarks to Agis earlier that she would come to his city by the quickest means, v 757, we might have supposed that she was thinking about a way of escaping from Corinth. Nothing has suggested this particular supernatural conveyance. It takes the place of the device with which many of Euripides' other plays end, the god or goddess, speaking, from the machine. 1321 My father's father, the sun god, her descent from the sun had been referred to repeatedly earlier in the play, cf. verses 406, 476-7, 954-5. 1327-8 You look upon the sun and earth, Medea as it were desecrates the purity of these elemental forces, the same ones as the chorus had called upon at verses 1251-2. 1332 Betrayer of your father, he repeats the accusation which she had so often made against herself, verses 31-2, 166-7, 502-3, 799 ff, and cf. verses 441 ff, 643 ff. 1333 Your avenger, for this avenging spirit see note on v 1059. Jason seems to mean that he is now being punished for his complicity in Medea's previous crimes, so flacery. After killing the brother who shared your hearth you went aboard the Argo, the ship of beautiful prow, such were the beginnings you started from. You married this husband then and bore children to me, but because of the bed and sex you murdered them. No Greek woman would ever have dared this. Yet I ranked you over them, and married you, a wife who hated and ruined me, a lioness not a woman who have a nature more fierce even than that of Etruscan Scylla but not by casting 10,000 insulting remarks could I injure you, so brash is your inborn nature. Be damned, shamefully defiled with your children's blood. It is left for me now to lament my fate. Now I shall never enjoy my new bride's bed, nor be able to speak to the children I bred and raised yet alive in this world, for I have lost them. Medea, I would have made a long speech refuting your arguments, if Father Zeus didn't know what you got from me and what you did in return. You were not about to treat my bed with dishonor and spend a pleasant life laughing at me, nor were the princess and her father who gave her to you going to exile me and get off scot-free. So call me, if you like, a lioness, a Scylla who dwells in the land of Etruria, for I've fittingly driven my sting into your heart. Medea 73 1335 1340 1345 1350 1355 1360 1334. Who shared your hearth? Another interpretation of this phrase is at the hearth. The ancient marginal commentator says it means in the palace. 1342 A lioness, not a woman. The nurse had earlier said that Medea's glare was like that of a mother lioness, v. 188. The theme of Medea's bestial nature is thus rounded off, see verses 29, 92 with note, 103, 1279-80. 1343 Etruscan Scylla, the monster described by Homer, Odyssey 12.89 ff, cf. Virgil, Aeneid 3.420 ff, as having 6 heads with 3 rows of teeth, and 12 feet, which snatched sailors as they sailed through the Straits of Messina between Sicily and Italy in the direction of that part of the Mediterranean called by the Greeks the Dyrrhenian, or Etruscan, c. 1355 Laughing at me, for the theme of the intolerability of having enemies gloat over one's setbacks, see verses 383, 404, 797 and 1049. 1359 Scylla, see note on v. 1343, Diggle, following Verrill, condemns this line, since land of Etruria seems an odd expression, some have amended to cave or strait. 74 Medea Jason, yet you grieve, too, and share in the disaster. Medea true, but grief is gain, if it stops you from laughing. Jason, O children, what an evil mother you encountered. Medea, O children, how your father's illness killed you. Jason, at least it wasn't my right hand that killed them. Medea, no, your insults and your recent marriage. Jason, was it really for sex that you decided to kill them? Medea, do you think that this is small suffering for a woman? Jason, a self-controlled one, but for you a world of evil. Medea, these children no longer live, that will wound you. Jason, they live on, alas, as avenging spirits for you. Medea, the gods know who began to inflict suffering. Jason, and they know, truly, how loathsome your heart is. 1365 1370 1364. Your father's illness, a slightly unusual way of referring to Jason's behavior in abandoning her for the princess. Perhaps she is imputing madness to him. 1368 Do you think that this is a small suffering? Medea seems to confirm the charge made by Jason at verses 569 ff, and which the chorus echoed at verses 1291-2. 1369 A self-controlled one. Self-control was the virtue by which Jason had set so much stock, see verses 549, 635, 884, with notes and cf 913. 1371 Avenging spirits. He means that the children's deaths will cry to heaven for vengeance, and that, he hopes, Medea will be punished for her crime by some divine agency. Medea loath on, then. I detest your shrill barking. Jason, and I yours. We are easily done with each other. Medea, how? What should I do? I very much want to. Jason, give me the corpses to bury and then grieve for. Medea, no, indeed, my hand will bury them, after bringing them to Hera's shrine on the cliff, so none of my enemies will insult them by pulling down their tombs. In this country of Sisyphus we shall assign a sacred feast and rituals as a future memorial of this impious crime. I myself am going to Erechtheus' country Athens, to live with Aegis, son of Pandion. Since you are base, your death will be fittingly mean, you'll be struck on the head by a piece of your ship, ergo a bitter termination to your marriage with me. Madea 75 1375 1380 1385 1379. Hera's shrine on the cliff, an important sanctuary of Hera, who had on the cliff as one of her cult titles at Corinth and elsewhere. The ancient sources are not very clear about its location, perhaps in the direction of Sicyon on the Gulf of Lechion. 1381 Country of Sisyphus, Corinth, see note on v. 405. 1382 We shall assign a sacred feast and rituals. Several of Euripides' plays end with a similar charter for the performance of some such generally quite minor local festival, and many of these are known from the sources to have been celebrated until much later than the poet's own time. For this one, see Pausanias 2.3.6. It is not clear what the poet's purpose was in thus connecting an occurrence in his play with an actual contemporary event. Note that a memorial celebrated by the people of Corinth in honor of Medea's sons makes more sense with the version of the story that had the children murdered by the people, who later tried to expiate their deed by setting up a festival. 1384 Erechtheus country, see note on v. 824. 1387 Struck on the head by a piece of your ship, Argo. A similar, although not identical, version is credited to Staphylos. See plot summaries, A.I. There were other variants. Jason had dedicated the mast of the Argo in Hera's temple, but as he was going out it fell on him and killed him. Ancient note on Madea 1286, or Madea predicted that Jason would commit suicide, Neophron. 76 Madea Jason may the children's avenging fury and justice for murder destroy you. 1390 Madea What god, what spirit, listens to you, breaker of oaths deceiver of friends? Jason you polluted slayer of your children, Madea go home and bury your bride. Jason I am going, deprived of my 2 children. 1395 Madea there's more lamenting to come wait for old age Jason O dearest children. Madea dearest to their mother, not to you. Jason and yet you killed? Madea to cause you pain Jason O, I am miserable. I wish I could kiss the dear lips of my children. 1413-89 End. This closing section of the play between Madea and Jason is in anapasts, a rhythm which denotes a rise in the level of excitement. 1389 The Children's Avenging Fury, CV 1371 and note on V 1260. Furies were often said to work as agents or emissaries of the personified goddess Justice. Medea had herself invoked Justice at V 764. 1392 Breaker of Oaths. A final time Medea returns to her charge of faithlessness against Jason, CV 162-3, 209-10, 439, 492, 495. 1393 Polluted slayer of your children, the level of invective rises. 1396 Wait for old age, she means that if he somehow survives the falling ship timber, v 1387, and lives to old age, he will have no offspring to perform the expected tendance on elderly parents. For this solemn duty, see note on v 1033. 1398 To cause you pain, Medea puts her motive with razor-like simplicity. Medea now talked to, embrace, them. Before, you drove them away. Jason, in God's name allow me to touch the soft skin of the children. Medea, it cannot be. Your words have been uttered in vain. Jason, Zeus, do you hear how I am rejected? Do you see what she is doing to me, this polluted child-murdering lioness? But with the breath and force that are in me I will raise a dirge, and summon the gods, calling on them to witness how you killed my children and now keep me from touching and burying their bodies, whom I wish I had never begotten to see them murdered by you. Medea disappears. Chorus Zeus, Olympus steward, controls many things and many things, too, beyond expectation the gods accomplish. The expected does not turn out, for the unexpected God finds a way. Such is the end of this business. Madea 77 1405 1410 1415 1402. In God's name allow me to touch. Jason's moving appeal does not move Madea. We sympathize with the anguished father in a way that would have seemed impossible because of the highly unfavorable impression he made in the earlier scenes. 1407 Polluted child muttering lioness. He repeats some of the language of V 1393 and the animal image of V 1342. 1409-10 Summon the gods, calling on them to witness. This reminds us of an earlier legalism by Jason, V 619, but he has far more justification here. 1415-19 Some critics, including Diggle, excise these final anapestic lines by the chorus on the grounds that they are bland and are found in almost the same form at the end of Andromache, Helen, Bacchae, and Alcestis. But they seem inoffensive enough and by their very conventionality would have served notice to the audience that the play really was over. Appendices 79 Appendices, A, I, Plot Summaries 1 After coming to Corinth and bringing Medea with him, Jason marries as well Glauc, daughter of Creon, king of Corinth. When Medea is about to be exiled from Corinth by Creon, she asks to remain one additional day and obtains this request. She sends gifts to Glauc through her children as repayment for this favor, a dress and a gold crown, but when Glauc puts them on she perishes, and when Creon embraces his daughter, he dies as well. After killing her own children, Medea becomes a passenger in a chariot drawn by winged dragons, which she received from the sun god, and she escapes to Athens. There, she weds Agis, king of Athens. Pherecydes and Simonides too report that Medea made Jason young by cooking him. The poet of the Returns 3 writes as follows about Jason's father Aeson: immediately she made Aeson a dear lad in the bloom of youth, after she had stripped away his old age with her cunning wits by cooking many drugs in golden cauldrons. Aeschylus in his play Nurses of Dionysus foretells that she also rejuvenated Dionysus' nurses by cooking them along with their husbands. Staphylos 5 says that Jason was killed by Medea in some such way. She told him to go to sleep beneath the stern of one. Some ancient manuscripts contain part or all of these plot summaries, designated hypothesis by ancient scholars. The material goes back to the great age of Alexandrian scholarship, 3rd to 1st centuries BC, and much of the factual information derives from official records. 2 Pherecydes was an Athenian prose writer, working in the first part of the 5th century BC, who wrote genealogies of leading families and recounted many of the major myths. Euripides seems to have drawn on him in several places in his plays. Simonides was a celebrated poet who worked at Samos, Athens, Thessaly and elsewhere between about 525 and 470 BC. He is also reported as having mentioned Jason's joint rule with Medea at Corinth. 3 The Returns was one of several poems composed to complete Homer's version of the Trojan saga. These are sometimes referred to as cyclic epics. Some sources names its author as a certain Hagias of Troezen, of unknown date. 4 Beyond the information given here, nothing is known about this lost drama of Aeschylus, which may have been a satyr play, and so would have had comic elements. 5 Staphylos of Naucratis was an Alexandrian scholar whose dates are unknown. Before c. 150 BC, he wrote a treatise in at least 3 books on the Thessalians, and several other ethnographic works. 80 Appendices The Argo, the ship being on the verge of disintegrating from age, when the stern in fact fell on Jason, he died. 6 Euripides appears to have taken over the arrangements of the drama from Neophron 7 as Dicerchus 8 says in Book 1 of his Life of Greece and Aristotle in the commentaries. They criticize him, i.e. Euripides, for not having Medea maintain her character but resorting to tears when she was laying her plot against Jason and his wife. But the opening is praised for its extravagantly emotional quality, and of the elaboration of the theme in the forest glens. v.3, and what follows. In ignorance of this Timaeus 9 says that Euripides dealt first with an event that came later, as Homer does, Calypso, after having put fragrant garments on him and bathed him, Odyssey 5.264, 2, Summary by Aristophanes. The literary scholar 10. Because of her hatred of Jason for having married Creon's daughter Glauce, Medea killed her, Creon and her own children, then she left Jason to cohabit with Agis. This plot was not used by either Aeschylus or Sophocles. The drama is set in Corinth, and the chorus consists of women of the city. Medea's nurse delivers the prologue. It was performed in Pythagoras' archonship, the first year of the 87th Olympiad, i.e., spring 431 BC. Euphorion 11 was first, Sophocles second, and Euripides third with Medea, Phil octets, Dictys and the Satyr-drama Harvesters which is lost. Characters in the drama: nurse, tutor, Medea, chorus of women, Creon, Jason, Agis, messenger, Medea's sons. 6 CV 1387 with note. 7 See introduction pages 5-6 for Euripides' alleged borrowings from Neophron. 8 Dicerchus of Messene was a pupil of Aristotle and one of the so-called Peripatetics. He interested himself in literary scholarship. The works mentioned here do not survive, and some scholars in fact deny that the commentaries were by Aristotle. 9 Timaeus of Rhodes was one of the authors of the Lindian Temple Chronicle, 1st century BC, which survives on stone. What he seems to object to is that Euripides reverses the chronological order of events. The Argo is already on her way, verses LFF, and then Euripides mentions the construction, verses 3-4. 10 Aristophanes of Byzantium, c. 200 BC, was a literary scholar and head librarian at Alexandria, who produced editions of the major Greek classic authors, including the dramatists. The plot summary that follows is probably not by him. 11 Euphorion was a son of Aeschylus and a dramatist himself, who was said to have won several victories with his father's previously unproduced plays. Appendices 81, b. 2nd, Medea, which begins 12 I wish that the ship Argo had never flown. The plot: the murder of Peleus after he had become a fugitive. Jason came to Corinth. Medea there, and made a request of Creon the king. Medea, revealing her barbaric character and savage spirit, wanted to take vengeance. Creon ordered her to go into exile along with the children, but when she asked him to let her stay just one day, he agreed. She thereupon and got the advantage. For the chance arrival of Agis, she persuaded him to receive her at Athens. When she replied, she sent the children, bearing gifts to Glauc a golden crown, because of which she painfully left life, tore away her flesh. Her father, rushing to assist his daughter, was unable to draw away from her. Having brought 12 from a papyrus of the 2nd century AD, Pap. IFAO Cairo, PSP 248. Words in brackets are supplements. 82 Appendices Suggestions for further reading articles Barlow, Shirley A. Stereotype and Reversal in Euripides Medea, Greece, and Rome 2 Seer. 36, 1989, 158-171. In the end Medea allows her very strong love as a mother, essential to her feminine nature, to be trampled by a heroic resolve which a man would normally direct towards military enemies, colleagues in arms, or at least opponents who are not of kindred blood, but which she, in her extremity, turns upon these innocent objects, her children who are her own flesh and blood. p. 169. Bongi, Elizabeth B. Heroic Elements in the Medea of Euripides, Transactions of the American Philological Association, Tapa, 107, 1977, 27-56. It is Medea's consistent and unwavering dedication to the principles of the heroic code that, more than any other single factor, binds Euripides' great tragedy into a coherent whole. p. 56. Brown, R. A. Medea, Interpretations, in M. E. White, ed., Studies in Honor of Gilbert Norwood, Toronto, 1952, 76-79. I have begun to wonder whether Agis has not come specifically to consult Medea, p. 77. The sensational effects of the magic preparations described by the messenger at verses 11:36 to 12:21 come out all the more powerfully because so little was said to prepare the audience for the blood-curdling sequel, p. 78. Burnett, A.P. Medea and the Tragedy of Revenge, Classical Philology, cp. 68, 1973, 1-24. Petty and flawed and corrupt as Jason is, he is properly destroyed by a secular female enemy who represents in herself not so much the religion of the proud Olympians as the very magic of the older gods that Jason thought to use and cast away, p. 17. Buttery, TV Accident and Design in Euripides Medea, American Journal of Philology, AJP, 79, 1958, 1-17. The third episode, The Aegis Scene, verses 663 to 823, occupies the exact center of the tragedy, serving as a pivot on which both action and emotion turn. The two halves of the play thus defined and neatly balanced are almost two different plays. The first is static, emotion never becomes action, deliberate, and rather satisfying to us in our sympathy with Medea, culminating in the great satisfaction, the appearance of Aegeus as savior. The second is active, violent, and horrifying, p. 10. Collinge, N.E. Medea ex Machina, cp. 57, 1962, 170-172. The effect of Medea's appearance in the Chariot of the Sun, verses 1317 ff. is all the greater because, the means by which Medea will escape from Corinth has been a problem in the background all the while the play has proceeded, p. 171. Cunningham, M.P. Medea Oppo M. Chan S., cp. 49, 1954, 151-160. The appearance of Medea in the Exodos verses 1293 ff. constitutes a sort of visual metaphor emphasizing the utter evil and callousness of Medea and her loss of human qualities as result of what she has done, p. 160. Appendices 83 Deal, A. Euripides Medea und in Schwestern im Eroischen Drama, Antike und Abendland 22, 1976, 175-184. Der Ingenieusplan aber, mit dem Sie Diocese bewehrt overcoming her enemies in heroic fashion, zerstart durch den Dabei notwendigen Morden den Kindern die Grundlage, auf der Alien Seals Frau und Mutter leben kann. Der Ratscheplan ist Resultat eins und Vorgespinnen Verhaltens Regeln orientierten Koch ls, nicht aber, wie bei den Nachfolgern de Euripides, aus Fluss einer Bermstigen Leidenschaft. p. 182. Dunkel, J. Roger The Aegeus Episode, Top 100, 1969, 97-107. As a microcosm of the whole play, the Aegeus scene with the king's surprising arrival at Corinth out of nowhere and subsequent bargain with Medea mirrors the self-interested opportunism and chaotic irrationality which dominate the play, p. 107. Dyson, Michael Euripides Medea 1056-1080, Greek, Roman and Byzantine Studies GRBS 28, 1987, 23-24. Without it the disputed passage verses 1056-80, he excises 1026-3, moving as the first part of the monologue is, we never see Medea unreservedly loving her children, as the action of the play demands if we are to feel her as tragic. With it the final embrace leaves no doubt as to her love and her torment, p. 34. Easterling, P.E. The Infanticide in Euripides Medea Yale Classical Studies, YCS, 25, 1977, 177-191. The tragedy is that Medea does stand out above the limited and shabby people around her, does have a sharper moral awareness and far greater distinction and force of personality, yet the audience cannot help but shudder at the ruthlessness of her anger and passion for vengeance, p. 183. Flory, Stuart Medea's Right Hand, Promises and Revenge, Top 108, 1978, 69-74. The touch of the hand undergoes a gradual but complete transformation from the loving and trusting to the deceitful and hostile hand, and finally to the hand stained with blood, p. 74. Foley, Helene P. Medea's Divided Self, Classical Antiquity 8, 1989, 61-85. Medea exposes male suppression of women in marriage and the tragic results of a male refusal to recognize in women the same capacities, feelings, and needs they accept for themselves, and it shows the corrupting effects of this mistreatment of a woman of tremendous feeling and intelligence. At the same time, Medea's overly literal imitation of an anachronistic masculine role, her dehumanization, and her betrayal of her own sex could be said equally to confirm women's ultimate incapacity for independence and civilized behavior. Pages 82-3. Fortenbaugh, William W. On the Antecedents of Aristotle's Bipartite Psychology, GRBS 11, 1970, 233-250. The Medea as a whole and the famous monologue in particular verses 1021-80 are especially useful for illustrating and understand Aristotle's moral psychology, because they distinguish implicitly spirit or emotion from both deliberation about means and also reasoned reflection about emotional responses. p. 234. Friedrich, Rainer Medea A. Polis, on Euripides' dramatization of the crisis of the polis in A. H. Sommerstein et. Al. ed., Tragedy, Comedy, and the Polis, Papers from the Greek Drama Conference, Nottingham, 18-20 July 1990, Bari, 1993, 219-39. For the sake of a purely personal tie based on erotic passion, Medea has severed all ties that 84 appendices bind ancient man and woman to the ethical universe of the polis and to its natural foundation, the oikos. She has virtually exiled herself from the koinonia politique and thus made herself a polis in the most radical sense of the term. p. 226. Gill, C. Did Chrysippus Understand Medea? Phronesis 28, 1983, 136-149. The Stoic philosopher Chrysippus does not take Medea's words at verses 1078-80 as involving a complete denial of rational intentionality in which Medea does not function as a human being at all. He describes her state as that of disobedience and rejection of reason, that is, a recognition, but deliberate rejection, of what a reasonable human being would do in those circumstances. p. 141. Gilula, Dwara on the oracle given to Aegeus, EUR Med 679, 681, Scripta Classica Israelica 6, 1981-2, 14-18. The absence of a mention of Aegeus' childlessness prior to Euripides' Medea combined with the fact that childlessness is a focal theme in the tragedy speak forcibly for crediting Euripides with the creation of the Aegeus oracle. p. 18. Golden, Leon. Children in the Medea, Classical Bulletin 48, 1971, 10-15. Bitter as the searing conflict is between the two protagonists, the most significant emotional effect of the play does not arise from this conflict, but rather, from the brutal victimization of innocent children. p. 14. Knox, Bernard M. W. The Medea of Euripides, YCS 25, 1977, 193-225. Reprinted in Knox, Word and Action, Essays on the Ancient Theatre, Baltimore, 1979. Pages 295,322. Euripides is concerned in this play, not with progress or reform, but, just as in the Hippolytus and Bacchae, with the eruption in tragic violence of forces in human nature which have been repressed and scorned, which in their long-delayed breakout exact a monstrous revenge. The Medea is not about woman's rights, it is about woman's wrongs, those done to her and by her. p. 211. Mills, S.P. The Sorrows of Medea, cp. 75, 1980, 289-296. The first act of vengeance, the murder of Creon and his daughter with the poisoned robe and crown, casts Medea in the folktale role of the fairy or demon who loves a mortal man and who tries to dispose of her rival by the treacherous gift of a magic belt or robe. The second vengeance act, the murder of her own children, gives her rather the character of an Ino or a Procne who slays her sons, to punish their father's infidelity and then, undergoing a metamorphosis, mourns their loss forever after. p. 296. Musurillo, Herbert, S.J. Euripides Medea, A Reconsideration, AJP 87, 1966, 5274. In Medea we see the nature of the violent conflict between the softer, and more feminine, and the vicious, more animal side of her nature. Herein her decision to kill her children love and hate are inextricably intertwined. The contradictions within her soul are ruthlessly exposed. p. 64. Newton, Rick M. Eno in Euripides Medea, AJP 106, 1985, 496-502. There are no genuine mythological examples to mitigate the horror of Medea's actions. For Eno CV 1284 with note offers no parallel. Medea's crime, lacking a precedent, is truly incost and unheard of. p. 502. Medea's passionate poison, Selecta Classica 1, 1989, 13-20. It is the mark of Medea to confound the distinction between friend and foe, to transgress Appendices 85 the boundary between right and wrong and, consequently, to instill in the spectator a disturbing degree of agitation, teragmos. p. 13, Reckford, Kenneth J. Medea's First Exit, Tapa 99, 1986, 329-359. The tragedy of Medea gains force from a background of contemporary Athenian aspirations, at once personal, social, and intellectual, but at the same time Medea is in our play the touchstone by which these aspirations are tested and fail. p. 346. Rickert, Gail Ann Acrasia and Euripides Medea, Harvard Studies in Classical Philology 91, 1987, 91-117. In verses 1078-80 Medea, confronted by competing claims, can be understood as acting in accordance with her thumus and yet simultaneously recognizing the importance of the claims she does not pursue or at least the harm she does through her action. p. 117. Shine, Seth L. Philia in Euripides Medea, in M. Griffith and D. J. Mastronard, ed., Cabinet of the Muses. Essays in Classical and Comparative Literature in honor of Thomas G. Rosenmeyer, Atlanta, 1989, pages 57-73. Throughout the play, in her successive encounters with Creon, Aegeus, and Jason, Medea uses her understanding of filial love, friendship, and her ability to exploit it and other traditional institutions and relationships of reciprocity, to achieve her own ends and defeat her enemies. p. 62. Schlesinger, E. L. Hard on Euripides Medea, in Eric Siegel, ed. Oxford Readings in Greek Tragedy, Oxford, 1983, 294-310, slightly abridged from the German, published in Hermes 94 1966 26-53. This antithesis of the male and female world is also a motif which passes through the whole play, above all in the choral odes. In Euripides, however, as opposed to Homer's presentation of Hector and Andromache in Iliad, Book 6, the male world is completely dehumanized. Jason is the child of a noble family, whose every effort is directed exclusively toward gaining status, and whose idea is to live well and to feel no want. 559 f. Opposed to him stands Medea as a woman and as a champion of human values and personal relationships. p. 307. S. Chan, Louis La Legenda M.D., Revue d'études grecques 40, 1927, 234-310. A thorough survey of the myths concerning Medea and their variants Sedenstiker, Bernd Euripides, Medea 1056-1080, an interpolation, in Cabinet of the Muses see under Shine, above pages 89-102. The numerous passages that, directly or indirectly, bear witness to Medea's anger, hatred, and jealousy certainly justify the statement of 1079 that her passionate and violent temper her thumus is stronger than the considerations of her motherly love. p. 98. Sedenstiker also discusses previous scholars' arguments about the genuineness or otherwise of this passage. Shaw, Michael the Female Intruder, Women in 5th Century Drama, cp 70, 1975. 255 to 266. He analyzes Medea at pages 258 to 264. Stanton, Gr. The end of Medea's monologue, Euripides, Medea 1078-80, Rheinisches Museum 130, 1987, 97 to 106. What Medea says in these verses is, I realize what evil I am about to do, but Drive-Thumus, which is the cause of the most terrible evils for mortals, is master of my plans. p. 106. Walsh, George B. Public and Private in Three Plays of Euripides, cp 74, 1979, 294 to 309, Medea at 294 to 300. The murder of the children is not an act of hatred. 86 Appendices against them, any more than Medea's wish to live means that she looks forward to pleasure in life. Both arise from her personal motives, their purpose defined principally in terms of the judgment they may elicit from society, p. 298. Books about Euripides, with section on Medea. Conacher, Desmond J. Euripidean Drama, Myth, Theme, and Structure, Toronto and London, 1967, pages 183 to 198. Without this scene versus 1019 ff. What Medea eventually becomes would indeed smack of melodrama. That monstrous figure attains tragic significance only when we see it as the result of a conflict of a victory, as Medea herself expresses it, 1079 to 80, of her all-consuming passion for vengeance over her better counsels, p. 196. Group, GMA. The Drama of Euripides, London, 1941, reprinted, pages 147 to 165. The tragedy of Medea, of love turning to hatred when betrayed, until the woman's whole soul is dominated by a lust for vengeance that overpowers even maternal love, is one which no modern reader should, in its essentials, find difficult to make his own, p. 147. Book on Greek Drama, with section on Euripides. Kitto, HDF Greek Tragedy, A Literary Study, 3rd ed. London, 1961. Medea is tragic in that her passions are stronger than her reason, v. 1097, she is drawn with such vigor and directness, everything that she says and does springs so immediately from her dominant motive that she is eminently dramatic. Nevertheless, she is not a tragic heroine as we have hitherto understood the term, she is too extreme, too simple, p. 194. Books about Euripides. Medea. Kloss, James J. and Sarah Iles Johnston, ed., Medea, Essays on Medea in Myth, Literature, Philosophy, and Art, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1997. McDermott, Emily A. Euripides. Medea, The Incarnation of Disorder, University Park, Penna, and London, 1989, Papageorgiou, Vasilis Euripides. Medea and Cosmetics, G. Taborg, 1986, a reading of the play in deconstructionist terms. Pucci, Pietro. The Violence of Pity in Euripides. Medea, Ithaca NY, 1980, Survey of Work on Euripides. Collard, see Euripides. Greece and Rome, New Surveys in the Classics. 14, Oxford, 1981, Appendices 87. Text Diggle, J. Euripides Fabulae, Thomas I, Oxford. 1984, Kovacs, David. Euripides, Cyclops, Alcestis, Medea. Edited and translated Loeb Classical Library, Cambridge Ma, 1994, text with English commentary. Eliot, Alan. Euripides, Medea, Oxford, 1969, page, D.L. Euripides, Medea, Oxford, 1938, reprinted, text with French commentary. Fleislery, Robert. Euripide, M.D., Paris, 1970, addenda to revised printing de Bouverie, Synnve. Women in Greek Tragedy. An Anthropological Approach. Symboli Osloenses Fask Supplement 27, Oslo, L990, pages 21439, Euripides. Medea. At the tragic level, Jason is destroyed by the absolute loss of descendants. The force of Medea's part in the drama is to be found at this level, to create a turbulence of violent emotions. Her actions cause a threat to Jason's oikos and result in its final disruption. p.238. Bralick, Angelo. I figli de Medea, Studi materiali di storia del religione 30, 1959, 213-54. Examines the tradition surrounding the cultic practices allegedly celebrated at Corinth to commemorate the slaying of Medea's children by Medea herself, as in Euripides, or the Corinthians Caet sa, Antonio Medea, Fortuna di un mito, prima part, Dionyso 69, 1989, 9-84, second part, Ibid 60, 1990, 82-118. Traces fully and often in some detail various literary, theatrical, and musical reworkings of the myth up to the 20th century. Dunn, Francis. Euripides and the Rites of Hera Acrea, GRBS 35, 1994, 103-15. When Medea says she will bury the children in Hera's sanctuary, we are reminded that Medea, not the Corinthians, killed the children, deliberately, unlike her counterpart in Eumelus. When she says their bodies will be safe from enemies, we are reminded that Medea, not the Corinthians, committed sacrilege against them, and when she says she will establish rites to atone for their murder, we recall that Medea, unlike the Corinthians, will not suffer for her crime. p1 liter 5. Cridley, Bernard. The Place and Time of Victory, Euripides Medea, Bulletin of the Institute of Classical Studies, University of London 34, 1987, 27-39. The cumulative effect of the 200 lines before Medea's appearance is to create the sense of her singularity and dominance. Following scenes will strengthen the impression through a variety of techniques designed to confirm her control of the performance area and her superiority over Creon, Jason, and Aegeus. p.30. 88 Appendices. Hatsachronoglou, Lena. Euripides Medea, Woman or Fiend, in Woman's Power, Man's Game. Essays on Classical Antiquity in honor of Joy C. King, Chicago, 1933, 17893. The Medea depicts vividly the disaster to which the overemphasis on the Greek, aristocratic, male nomos, custom, tradition, law, at the expense of physis, nature, could lead. p.190. Lushnig, CAE. Interiors, Imaginary Spaces in Alcestis and Medea, Mnemosyne 4 Seer. 45, 1992, 19-44. There is a hidden fascination in this woman and her repulsive justice that we recognize with reluctance. p. 39. Rush. Medea and the Logos of the Heroic, Iranos 87, 1989, 97-115. From the start, the play presents us with a woman alienated and victimized in a world controlled by men. We watch with sympathy and approval as she struggles to articulate a set of values different from those that entrap her, striving to break free from the logos of the male heroic. We are all the more disturbed when she finally gives into those values, for the results are catastrophic. p. 114. Visser, Margaret. Medea, daughter, sister, wife, and mother. Natal family versus conjugal family in Greek and Roman myths about women, in M. Crop et.al., ed., Greek Tragedy and Its Legacy. Essays presented to D. J. Conacher, Calgary, L986, 14965. In Euripides' hands, Medea has become the negation of the ancient picture of marriage as it is drawn in a story like the Sabine Women, instead of providing a fruitful and profitable link between two families, keeping a loving relationship alive in both households at once. Medea destroys first one family and then the other. 158-9. Williamson, Margaret. A Woman's Place in Euripides. Medea, in Anton Powell ed., Euripides, Women and Sexuality, London and N.Y., 1990, 16-31. In marking that emergence, the emergence of Medea into view of the audience at line 214 so sharply by means of the linguistic and conceptual discontinuities and distortions which I have discussed, the play seems to me to be pointing, among other things, to the inadequacy of the language available for thinking about the oikos household. The private, it suggests by analogy, cannot be spoken in the language of the public except on condition of its destruction, and Medea's status as representative of the private was compromised as soon as she emerged into public view. p.27. Appendices 89 Additional Bibliographical Note, 2005, a new edition by Donald Mastronard with commentary, very full introductory material and extensive bibliography appeared in 2002, Cambridge University Press. On a smaller scale and for a somewhat different audience is a volume in the series Duckworth Companions to Greek and Roman Tragedy, Euripides, Medea by William Allen, London, Duckworth, 2002. He analyzes the play section by section and in subsequent chapters takes up individual topics, husbands and wives, male versus female in the play, Greeks and others, Medea's foreignness, Medea's revenge, the horror, but in this play almost the necessity of matricide, and multimedia, selected retellings of Medea's story in later literature, drama, and film. See also Medea in performance 1500 to 2000 below. Several collections of essays have appeared, Mdeet La Violence, Vol 45, 1996, of the journal Palace, published at the University of Toulouse, includes articles by C. Siegel. Typifies the reversal in the realm of gender and in the moral and civic order, which is male-dominated. V. City, Medea fits Goethe's conception of tragedy as grounded in an irreconcilable opposition, and is in that sense modern. A. Melero Bellito, Other Medeas in 5th Century Drama, especially Satyr Play, D. Pralin, M. in Euripides' Peliades, F. Jowan, all the characters come to recognize M.'s fearful power, some sooner, others, like Jason, too late. M. annihilates what she has, her children, to become what she truly is, granddaughter of the sun. H. Stolman, The Psychopathology of M as an Early Serial Killer, J.A. Elpez F. Rez, The Sophia Theme in the Play, M. farts off, M. exercises a quasi-tyrannical power to assert her own autonomy, L. Bordas. Traditional stage devices are used to show M.'s ascendancy over her enemies in a spectacular and pathetic way. A. R. Seleski, Violence in Seneca's Medea, M.H. Garelli Fran OIS, M.'s role reverses that of the mourning mothers in Seneca's Trojan Women, H. Giraud, M. on 5th and 4th century French drama, J. C. Ranger, M. as a figure of violence in Euripides and later drama. D. N. Mimoso Ruiz, M. as representing aesthetic violence in art of the 19th and cinema of the 20th centuries. Medea, Essays on Medea in Myth, Literature, Philosophy, and Art, edited by J. J. Kloss and S. I. Johnston, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1997. The development of the mythic tradition in various locales and in successive periods in relation to initiation rites, Fritz Graf. The myth is connected with rites of atonement and appeasement of a reproductive daimon that might otherwise harm young children and pregnant women. Sarah Iles Johnston, Medea as a foundation heroine in Colchis, Cyrene. And among the Medes, Nita Cravans, Medea killed her brother Apsyrtus to sever all connections with her family and natal home. Jan N. Bremer, Medea's somewhat problematic 90 appendices appearance in Pindar's 4th Pythian Ode. Dolores M. O'Higgins. Euripides gave a certain fixity to the previously shifting aspects of Medea's character. Deborah Bodeker, M.'s role as helper maiden to the hero Jason in BK3 of Apollonio's Argonautica. James J. Kloss, Ovid's reworking of the Medea story in Met. 7 into an open-ended form that offers divergent perspectives on the problems of marriage, betrayal, and power. Carol E. Newlands, at p. 208, Medea among the philosophers, especially the Stoic philosopher Chrysippos's use of the myth. John M. Dillon, Medea as the snake/serpent in Seneca's Medea. Martha C. Nussbaum, Medea's shift from normal, that is, unthreatening, Greek woman in the body of Euripides's play to an orientally attired and therefore dangerous female other at the end. Christiane Sauer-Vino-Inwood, modern, especially 20th century, embodiments of Medea as a revolutionary symbol. Marianne MacDonald. Medea in Performance 1500 to 2000, edited by Edith Hall, Fiona McIntosh, and Oliver Taplin, Oxford, Legenda European Humanities Research Centre, 2000. Medea in the English Renaissance, Diane Purkis, on the 18th CENT London stage, Edith Hall, and the Mid-Victorian stage, Fiona McIntosh, on film, Ian Christie, and in opera, Marianne MacDonald, in Greece, Platon Mavromystikos, Central Europe, Eva Stale KVA, Japan, Mace Methurst, in a Georgian adaptation, Olga Taxidou. There have also appeared an assortment of relevant articles and book chapters, Beck, Jan Wilhelm Euripides Medea, Dramatisches Vorbild oder Misslungene Konzeption, Nachrichten der Akademie der Wissenschaften in Göttingen I Philologische Historisk Class 1998 NR1T History, just as depressing today as in the past, of a woman who by murdering her own children brings to fulfillment what is most unbelievable and most unnatural, who places her wish for revenge over her own most personal feelings as a mother. 5. Has exercised a powerful impact on subsequent representations of the story. The author discusses many of these in detail and in a useful appendix tabulates dramatic and operatic, including film and TV, versions pages 35 to 41. Burnett, Anne Pippin Connubial Revenge. Euripides Medea, pages 192 to 224 in Burnett, Revenge in Attic and Later Tragedy, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1998. Medea is a heroine exploited, like Clytemnestra, by extra-human powers, but, unlike Agamemnon's queen, she is countercommanded by her insurgent female self, so that her finished deed demands horror and consternation from its audience, but strong pity as well for her who must accomplish it. 194. Foley, Helene Tragic Wives, Medea's Divided Self, pages 243 to 71 in Foley, Female Acts in Greek Tragedy, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2001. This is an updated version of Foley's essay in Classical Antiquity 8, 1989, cp 83 above. Appendices 91 Hall, Edith Medea and British Legislation Before the First World War, Greece and Rome NS 46, 1999, 42 to 77. British audiences found the figure of mother as murderess so disturbing that, until the 20th century, Euripides's play was performed mainly in toned-down adaptations and did not become a standard part of the commercial repertoire until the relatively recent upsurge of feminism in the 1970s. 72. Lawrence, Stuart. Audience Uncertainty and Euripides Medea, Hermes 125, 1997, 49 to 55. Euripides in the finale undermines that holiest of polarized distinctions the gulf between mortals and gods by actually reifying in a visual metaphor the idea that a mortal may be demonic. 55. Elpez F. Rez, Juan Antonio Nueva Lectura de Sofia Sofes en la Medea de Euripides, Acosmos 13, 2002, 41 to 61. Euripides is a poet interested in the linguistic usage of certain traditional words like Sophia and Sophos, inherited from epic or lyric, attentive as he was in a special way to the new semantic values that some of the terms were acquiring in the Athens of his own day. 59. McClure, Laura. The Worst Husband, Discourses of Praise and Blame in Euripides Medea, Classical Philology 94, 1999, 373 to 94. Through Medea's abusive language, the play suggests a transgression of normative gender roles that prefigures her elevation to semi-divine status at the end of the play. 373. Mueller, Melissa. The Language of Reciprocity in Euripides Medea, American Journal of Philology 122, 2001, 471 to 504. An important dynamic in the play is set up by the various relations that revolve about charis and philia, reciprocal gift-giving and indebtedness, and of course ultimately revenge. Newman, J. Kevin. Euripides Medea, Structures of Estrangement, Illinois Classical Studies 26, 2001, 53 to 76. Euripides's version uses various techniques of estrangement, entfremdung, and presents M as in part a primitive dragon spirit who impinges on Greek rationality, estranging its sanitized world. 58. Schmidt, Jens wie der Kindermord der Fremden Kalkeren, ein tragischer Konflikt. Verlegungen zur Medea de Euripides, Rheinisches Museum fr Philologie nf 142, 1999, 243-72. The cause of the powerlessness of Medea's reason can only be sought in the orientation of the action according to heroic norms which demand of her that she subordinate even her love for her children and the center of her life which is grounded on that love to the greatness of her own esteem and recognition. 269. Syropoulos, Spiridon D. The invention and use of the infanticide motif in Euripides' Medea, Platon 52, 2001-2002, 126-38. Because what she did was an irreparable wrong, committed freely and consciously. Euripides deflects any initial sympathy for Medea and makes sure that she remains forever stigmatized. 136-7. 92 Appendices van Zylsmit, Betten Medea the Feminist, Acta Classica 45, 2002, 101-22. This study of several modern reworkings of the myth, some quite radical, concludes by emphasizing the important place Medea has taken in the minds of creative women. 120. The same author has also produced an unpublished dissertation, Contemporary Witch, Dramatic Treatments of the Medea Myth, University of Stellenbosch, S. Africa, 1987. Zerba, Michel Medea Hippocrates, Arethusa 35, 2002, 315-37. In no other extant tragedy are we made as aware as we are in the Medea of the actorly premise that underlies the conception of the chief agent, and in no other tragedy is the premise played out more brilliantly and sensationally. 327. Focus Classical Library. Anthony Podlecki is Professor Emeritus at the University of British Columbia. Educated at Holy Cross College, Oxford University, and the University of Toronto, he taught at Northwestern University and Pennsylvania State University before joining the staff of the University of British Columbia in 1975. He has translated various Greek tragedies and has written several books on Athenian history, drama, ancient, classical, and medieval.